Hello, everyone. Good morning. Buongiorno. Welcome back. We are starting GUADEC again. We are in day 2 now, and we're on the first track. So, yeah, we have so many interesting presentations for the day. We are going to start with Felipe Borges, Boxes, the Art of Delayed Gratification.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. So I'm Felipe. I develop Boxes, and I have been involved with GNOME for a decade and a half now, and it's been long enough to see apps rise and die, and sometimes some uneventful comebacks. So this is a story where I want to tell about a possible comeback that I'm trying to do with Boxes. I call it the art of delayed gratification. I was probably very inspired when I sent the proposal. But it's really about the journey I have been going through with refining my passion with app development and enjoying the role as an app developer, and about taking that step back and analyzing how to do things with long-term goals rather than letting like short-term spending my energy on short-term things. So you probably heard that 2 months ago, I presented a talk in Linux App Summit. I was talking about how I'm rewriting Boxes with GTK4, with a new display widget, the GUADEC and everything. And that was a talk where I went through the details of that implementation, the reasoning why I did and everything, but it was still pretty technical, pretty much on the technical decisions I made. And since this is GNOME, this is GUADEC, is my friends in here, like I've been part of this community for so long, I decided to give a different angle to that presentation, which is talking about my journey as an app developer over these years, sometimes working with teams, but sometimes also working alone, and how that whole experience is, and what I think we should be doing to improve the developer experience, to bring more people and turn projects into something more long-term sustainable. So yeah. So the art of delayed gratification to me is really about like taking a step back whenever you're not enjoying what you are doing and trying to focus on your long-term goals and how you can actually achieve those long-term goals in a way that you find enjoyable. I think for a long time I have been exchanging those commitments for long-term goals with short-term wins by just basically like working on the latest firefighting, like issue requests and things that people have had. I would just jump into those and try to fix it, and that creating some sort of code rot and technical debt for future me to solve. And yeah, I would like to send a message to maintainers that it's oftentimes okay to let issues stale for some time and rethink how you want to be doing this app development thing. So yeah, I didn't know, but I've been practicing delayed gratification for a long time in my life. And I know people here in GNOME have done as well. So I think part of my story is about that as well. I grew up in a simple family in the south of Brazil, and we didn't have computers at home. And then at some point, the economical situation of the family kind of improved, and we got this very cheap computer in the supermarket. And at the time, there was this thing in Brazil that they were selling computers with Linux pre-installed, so that it would be cheaper because it doesn't come with the aggregated price of the Linux, the Windows license. And people were just oftentimes just like install pirate Windows on top. But I actually decided to give it a go to this Linux thing and try to drive it as my daily driver. Didn't have internet at home, so it was still pretty hard to search for solutions of things I found. But one of the things I noticed at first was lack of translations for some strings in the UI. So to me, that felt pretty broken. And then I went to my school library where they had internet, and then I searched about, wow, how can I fix this? Like, what is wrong with my computer that some of the things are in English, some of the things are in Brazilian Portuguese? And wow, that was really eye-opening because I discovered the whole world of open source, free software. I was like still a teenager, not really into tech. And yeah, I discovered that a lot of my ethic values are aligned with these ideas of people collaborating and building things for everybody to benefit from. So that was like infectious to me. I felt pretty passionate about that. And I think that right there at 16, 17, I was very convinced that I wanted to do this for a living. One of the things I used to find out was Planet GNOME and seeing all those people talking about their technical achievements and the things they've been doing. And wow, I felt like those people were my idols at some point, and I wanted to be one of them. So I set myself a very personal goal of like trying to make a career out of open source. I mean, I was living in an economical situation where I needed to finance my life. I couldn't afford to have a very time-consuming hobby. So I tried to find a way that I could make a job out of this. So this was my experience with GNOME, and getting to know people was like pivotal for me to decide to study computer science, get more into computers, because that was the path for this long-term goal that I had about making a living out of this. So I started with computer science, and in the second year, I got into Google Summer of Code internship program that I keep talking about. And I was working with GNOME, and I met amazing people, like Cosimo Secchi was my mentor, and he helped me a lot, not only on the technical side and learning how to do the development in the open and working the open source way, but also about what to look forward with building a career in this. So like learning how to communicate what you're doing, reach out to people, and build those bridges with people, because in the end of the day, software is about people, and that's something I was starting to slowly discover there, that we are not going to achieve much in silos, in isolated, but we're going to achieve a lot if we learn how to collaborate and find short circuits for doing more with less. So yeah, that was really exciting. And then the Google Summer of Code money was also like a tremendous amount of money for my reality. It's like my family's yearly income. So I was able to get myself a laptop. I was able to get myself some internet. So yeah, that really bootstrapped everything. The GNOME Foundation also sponsored my first international travel, my first time in an airplane. I went to La Coruña in Spain, got a passport for that. Everything was really magical. I was like, wow, I live in this countryside village, and suddenly I am like going abroad and getting to know all these cool people. So it was really transformative, and I've been also very focused on my journey in GNOME to make sure that other people also have that opportunity. I think that a lot of this is luck, a lot of being on the right time, and about being on the right time and the right place, but it's also about you focusing on your long-term goals and like taking that journey that it's sometimes not that easy, not easily rewarding. It's not like we are flooded with job opportunities in the space, but they exist, and if you're willing to commit into your long-term goals, I believe for most things in life, you might be able to get there. So then I got hired into Red Hat, also because of the connections I made through GNOME. Like the people I met knew about my work and what I was doing, and they helped me get into Red Hat, and then moved to the Czech Republic, where Red Hat was hiring like the entry-level positions for engineers. So that kind of was transformative as well, because it improved my my life in a tremendous way. I got to meet a new culture that I found in love, and now I'm 10 years living in Czech Republic, and I'm pretty happy about being here and being able to work with everybody. So yeah, I noticed that I've been practicing delayed gratification without knowing that I was committing to long-term goals rather than just doing the short thing, the short benefit thing. And I know that people in GNOME have been doing that as well. I think that even in the project side, with Flatpak, with Pipewire, with Wayland, that people in our space have been committed into solving historical problems the proper way, and sometimes the benefits are not immediate, and the criticism comes, and we have had a lot of issues about why you're so invested into some technology in the future when there are a bunch of problems now. And I think that the right way of doing things of long-term sustainability is really about committing into your long-term goals. So yeah, this journey about rewriting boxes is a lot about that. And to get you a little bit of a context about how I get to this, I would like to elaborate a bit on this, the history of boxes, because that's what really triggered this rewrite. So boxes started like in 2011 on the early GTK3 days. And yeah, that was kind of like ancient times for app development. We were still kind of figuring out how we are going to build GNOME apps and an ecosystem. We had this core apps concept. I remember we had the core apps hackfest, and there was a lot of experimentation going about how to build apps in the sense of separating logic from template, model, controller. We were still very unsure about how to build things at the time, and I think a lot of apps got built differently from each other. And as in software, I think oftentimes you kind of make early decisions and you kind of have to stick to them, because it's just a burden to burn it down and start over all the time. So I think that oftentimes you just need to go with what you have. And yeah, it was early GTK3 days, so I still think that GTK evolved plenty over the years, like 15 years, like it's a very drastic different way of building apps. And now I think we are in a much better place to be able to know how to spin an app and get something going, like how to separate the controller logic from the template logic, this concept of the stateless widgets that you can just bind to data objects. I think things are much more clear. We also have libadwaita and all those niceties that allow you to get these building blocks and build something much more powerful. Another thing is that Boxes was built around Spice. So Spice is a remoting technology that Red Hat was very invested on in the past. That it has a bunch of applications for remoting. It was back in the days when RDP was not so like publicly established. It was very specific to the Microsoft camp. The specs were not available. A lot of the work was reverse engineered. So Spice was kind of shaped as a remoting technology that was equivalent to RDP. But you also had this application in virtual machines. You could connect to remote machines, but also to your local virtual machines. So Boxes was built around Spice. And while Boxes uses libvirt and QEMU for the whole thing, for like virtualizing, for driving your VMs, that's kind of abstracted away from the with the libvirt API. So there's not a lot of code in Boxes for managing the VM lifecycle, but there's a lot of code in Boxes for interacting with the display widget, which is your window into the virtual machine, like what you see, the input forwarding, and the communication between the host and the guest. Virtual machines, we often speak about host as your computer, and the guest is what is being virtualized. So Boxes was built around Spice, and it felt to me, often looking at the code base, that it's like the engine. Like if it's a car, Spice would be the engine, and you are building around it. So we kind of got a strong commitment into that. And at the time, we also, as I said before, we are not really sure about how to build applications, and the virtualization stack is very layered. There's a lot of libraries managing little tools and plugging things together. So it's a kind of steep layered vertical, and Box is just a little front end sitting on the top, like making everything visible to the user. So oftentimes you get that blame for things don't work, but it's like a deep down on the stack. But at the same time, Spice has these amazing features that Boxes was easily exposing, and we're just taking credit for it. So it's like a two-sided thing. And a lot of the folks working on the Spice team were also contributing to Boxes. Red Hat had a Spice team, and those folks were basically introducing features in Spice with the remoting goals, but also because of Boxes goals. So Boxes evolved a lot with Spice. But yeah, at some point, business changed. Red Hat is a for-profit company, and got very invested into cloud. So a lot of the Red Hat virtualization products got repurposed for cloud applications. So the Spice team was disbanded, and Spice was put it in some low maintenance mode. The folks working on Spice, they end up having other jobs inside Red Hat. So nobody got fired, but the Spice project didn't see much of a future. And since the Spice was not added to Red Hat Enterprise Linux 9, Boxes was not added because it's a very critical dependency of it, also Virt Manager. So I kind of had to really rethink what I was going to do in the team, and I had this opportunity to become the maintainer of settings. So it was much more important for the product we are building in Red Hat, the Red Hat Enterprise Linux Workstation. Settings is much more critical core to the experience. So since Boxes was no longer something we were shipping, it kind of didn't feel like a high priority for me and for the company as well. So at this point, I feel it became sort of a personal toy project for me, like something I was going to do in my free time or when I didn't have other priorities to do. Red Hat has always allowed me to do a lot of things that are not necessarily central to the business, so I still do a lot of Boxes on my free time, but it's definitely not a priority. And yeah, as I said, as we are stacking up on top of the virtualization stack, we are making those decisions and introducing a lot of code rot. I think I also started as a very young engineer and not really familiar with app development, so I contributed a lot to that code dev. There was other people before me, and also a lot of change of maintainers and contributors in the way, so different styles of building things. And yeah, at some point it became a bit messy, and I feel that that kind of drove contributors away because you wanted to make impactful change, and there was like a really complex net of code to figure it out. Things were pretty untangled. We had entangled actually. We had, for instance, virtualization code that wanted to change a setting on the machine, and that would procedurally create a widget, and then the widget would be like at runtime added to the UI and things like this. So it was really hard for somebody with focus on user experience into front end to actually do any change in the code without actually having to go around the virtualization code as well. So I think that separation was really important, and at the time kind of hard to do in an existing code base. So yeah, I feel that at some point the joy faded away. I was spending most of my time with firefighting. I use this Google thing that I receive emails whenever Google indexes occurrences of certain words. So I monitor a lot of the conversations that is going on about GNOME, GNOME boxes, GNOME settings on the internet. I get these digest emails about certain blogs somewhere or foronics, something. So I keep up with what is being said about GNOME and GNOME boxes specifically. And yeah, I was jumping a lot into those forums to try to get to know what are the issues that people are facing. And inevitably, I was hitting the issue with the packaging and the distribution and what oftentimes we've been calling the Linux fragmentation problem, the fact that we don't have a Linux platform. I think I sometimes sound like a broken record on this one, but yeah, if you go through the issues in boxes, you'll see that a lot of times it's difficult to reproduce them in different environments. Some of the issues are distro specific, and a lot of the code in boxes, also this code wrote this additional fat that was added to boxes was a lot about runtime checks, make sure that a distro had the service that boxes needed, it had a setting that boxes needed, a network interface that boxes needed. So we just basically don't have a Linux platform, and it's really hard to build applications targeting this multitude of different environments, distros that don't have systemd, distros that have different network manager setup. It's just very messy, and yeah, I felt that how am I supposed to bring new contributors to this and have them face the burdens that I have? Like, not exciting for anybody. It's not even exciting for me. So at some point, the project maintenance became just me, and I also think that that contributes a lot to the deterioration of the project, because I didn't have much reviewers to help me with things, and I am not a brilliant engineer, so I feel that oftentimes I was contributing to turning this less and less sustainable myself. So I'm definitely guilty of that. But then something interesting started to happen. Like a lot of things interesting started to happen in those years that I kind of kept on boxes on a stale maintenance mode and just addressing more important issues, but not investing so much of my time in that. Also have like a personal life, other things to do. So it was hard to keep developing something as powerful as boxes while having to focus on settings and various different stacks and context switching constantly, right? So what happened in the virtualization space lately was some sort of like new developments for other applications that luckily they align very well for me. So Marc-André, which is like famous from a lot of work in virtualization, in Spice and remoting, he created this thing called the QEMU debug display. So it's like a debug interface that is in QEMU that provides a lot of interfaces for communicating with the virtual machine. The display, input, some device redirection. You can have a debug interface for setting the position of the cursor on the display. So it's very nice because now we didn't have to depend on a single display library like Spice communicating with QEMU, but we can use something that is much more native to our platform, which is debug. And my colleague, Christian Haggart, which is brilliant, he created libmks, which stands for mouse, keyboard, and screen, which is a display widget using GTK4, so benefiting from all the gains of GTK4 in terms of performance, drawing, rendering. And it performs pretty well on the testing, and libmks was a great replacement for Spice for drawing the window of your virtual machine, like drawing the display of your virtual machine, and also doing the whole input in GTK4, right, which was the main blocker I had with Spice, because Spice was in GTK3 and no longer being heavily maintained. So not a lot of future for us into porting Spice to GTK4 and still having to maintain that burden of the whole rest of things that boxes didn't benefit from, like the remoting part. In remoting, there's a lot of authentication, security, and other things that are not necessarily critical for virtual machines, right? Virtual machines are local. They are not really that security sensitive in terms of remoting. So me doing that work and taking ownership of Spice was also something that I wouldn't scale. So libmks came as a nice, smaller thing that does that one thing. And I think that it has also some very interesting applications in automotive that I think that Red Hat and other companies are interested in putting virtual machines for entertainment systems and other things that are going to run isolated from the environments in the car. So libmks could also be applied to that. I have some colleagues from the virtualization team, Bilal, I think people know him from GNOME, that is also contributing to libmks, and we did a couple of Hackfests meeting together to discuss what libmks could do to serve boxes well. And yeah, another thing that happened in that meanwhile was this like boom of app ecosystem where FlatHub became super popular thanks to how easy it is to build applications now with GTK4, with libadwaita. The tooling has improved significantly. And Flatpak, I think that we also have matured on the idea that apps are products that we need to sort of control the stack of the app. You have to take ownership of the components that made your application rather than just build a little tool that tries to glue whatever is available on the system. So I think that Flatpak also kind of allowed me to build an application that targets a specific platform. I see a lot of other developments happening lately in Flatpak with portals, with the Vice portal and other things that Boxes could benefit of. And the great thing about this is that it's that one platform to target. So I can target against Flatpak and guarantee that other environments are going to, or that running in other environments is going to be the same, it's going to be reproducible. So that makes it very much more convenient to write code that doesn't need to do a bunch of checks. I don't need to actually test in a bunch of distributions. I had a very weird setup with multiple laptops with various distributions to be able to do all those testings. It was a lot of time wasted into making sure that distros were going to ship a viable package of boxes. Not a lot of QA goes into a lot of the distros. There's some major distros, but if something is not really pre-installed in your distro, I really think that distros don't have the resources for quality assurance. And if they are doing quality assurance, they might be doing for other components on the virtualization stack, isolated, so not really testing from boxes and stressing the backend, but specifically testing QEMU, libvirt, mostly for other business server applications. And another thing that happened was virt install. Virt install is a subcomponent of virt manager. It's also developed by the same folks who develop like libvirt. And virt install kind of came out of a lot of learnings from boxes. In boxes, we had even a Google Summer of Code intern, my friend Fabiano, he worked in libOS info. It's like a database of operating systems that kind of allows boxes to make these informative decisions about how to build, how to behave in certain, when virtualizing certain operating systems. So which virtual drivers to use for each operating system. So virt install came out of that, and in boxes we were able to do these automatic decisions based on this, and virt install became the command line 2 equivalent of boxes. So virt install is actually what the virtualization team is shipping in Red Hat Enterprise Linux. They are not shipping boxes need virt manager because of the lack of a display widget. So virt install is going to be actually supported for a long time, and they are very invested into keeping it going. So it's another building block that I can rely on. And in times when you have limited resources, I think you better like try to delegate when you can. So I managed to remove a lot of logic in boxes, which was detection of operating system and matching to certain device drivers, and just using virt install to create the VM, and then boxes to just manage them. So virt install in this new implementation that I'm working on is a subcomponent of boxes, and boxes fires up virt install with just 3 or 4 parameters and creates a virtual machine. And after the virtual machine is created on the libvirt daemon, then boxes takes it over and manages and allows you to use it. So that really was a bunch of things happening in the ecosystem that made me feel like I could have a fresh start. And I started this as a prototype just to see how things worked, what are the limits and the barriers I was going to face. And as I started working on this, I kind of liked it. I started having fun again, because this experience of building an app at the beginning and seeing the results and building with intention, it's much more rewarding than the firefighting of the old code base. So as this prototype started to evolve, I started considering that if I am to target Flatpak and start ignoring a lot of the other distributions methods with packaging, I actually don't need to try to merge this new work on the old code base. I could actually just replace the boxes inside the Flatpak, from the Flatpak, and then people who are consuming the boxes Flatpak, they're just going to get a new version of boxes, because that's the thing. The container content, it's like monolithic, so I would be able to replace one with the other and keep both simultaneously existing for some time for that transition. So that's pretty convenient. And yeah, I started to find that excitement again that I was missing. And then I decided to take this opportunity to do things right. So I made a little list similar to this one about what are the things that I actually wanted to do to make this app sustainable and to build a community, a sub-community around this. I work in GNOME settings with some other amazing contributors, and we have a very lively community there. We have people contributing in various spaces. We have meetings. We have a very active chat. So I wanted that for boxes. I feel that this is how open source software becomes sustainable, when you have like a variety of contributors with multiple skills, multiple interests, and people who are passionate about building it. So I kept on focusing on the importance of nurturing those environments and creating much more a community for people than for software, focusing more on the people than necessarily on spending my time only coding. So the target platform allows me to eliminate a lot of code fat, addressing the code rot. The error handling issues that were historical in boxes was also something I wanted to address right at the beginning. At the time, as I said, we were building apps very differently, so there was a lot of use of abstraction. Boxes at some point became a remoting, was also a remoting tool, so you could connect to remote machines with SPICE, with VNC, with RDP, so that also added a lot of duplication, and the code became very generalistic to handle all these different use cases. So with this new approach, I'm also not doing remoting. I split off remoting part into this new app called GNOME Connections that my colleague Marek Kashik is working on. So yeah, that allowed me to really shrink boxes, and in this process, I'm destroying those abstractions that were created for the remoting connection thingy to work on. And yeah, the way we build apps now is a lot more about composition rather than abstraction. So I also kind of try to focus on that. I'm not really a big guru on object-oriented programming, design patterns or anything, but I grabbed a book and tried to take a look at how I could do this right at the beginning to establish like a solid foundation for other people to be invited to come and build on top. This is actually a lot what this talk is about. It's about me trying to put out a new start for boxes and hoping to invite everybody else to join something that is much more approachable this time. So a lot of this is already live in my personal GitLab. I've been promising to make it more public soon, but yeah, as life happens, I have had some delays and other things. So I think that today is the moment where I decided that I want to tell everybody that this is open for contributions or for testing or for people who are curious to get involved. So this repository is live, and I already spoke to Jordan Petridis that we also have the possibility of switching the boxes nightly apps, the boxes on the nightly apps Flatpak repository to this new one. So at some point, people are going to, who are consuming the Flatpak, the boxes from the nightly apps Flatpak are going to be able to just get the new one as an update. And the FlatHub one is going to stay on the stable one for some time until this one is like mature enough and we are like ready to flip that switch. So that sounds to me much more like an approachable path to make this transition, this migration. I'm aiming for GNOME 50, I mean, promises, but I think it gives me enough time. I like very rounded numbers. I think it's going to be symbolic. GNOME 50, it's a good number. So I also been treating a lot of the internal building blocks of the code as APIs, even though they are internal. I've been documenting them as if they were libraries to be able to use Valadoc to render these nice pages with where you can browse the classes and click on the methods, and it has a little textual description of them. So really trying to build something that is not like just the tribal knowledge that I have, but something that it's self-explanatory or like very easy to understand. Also been using like Vala namespaces to try to separate as much as possible, namely what are the backends of those components. So for instance, I use the virt namespace for all the code that manages the virtual machine side. I created, for instance, this machine data object that is passed around to the UI ones. So you bind your assistant to the machine, the properties, the display, and the stateless widgets on the UI are able to change things on the machine with very little mixing of the logic. So the display, so the UI code can just bind widgets to properties of this machine GObject, and as you change the UI, you're already making those changes in the backend just by binding GObject properties. The VM creator, for instance, is the one that pipes things through virt install, and it follows this builder pattern where the user is making changes on the assistant about the memory, the disk size, and those are being set on those properties. And once the user clicks create, that builds up a virt install request to create the virtual machine. And VM configurator is what operates on top of the machine. So I think that that's like the nice building blocks for people to start over. And then from here on, I think we can build up and implement all the other features that we want in boxes. I think that's much more solid foundation to shrink the thing to just this. So those components, they sort of existed already in boxes in certain ways, but they were not really following these strict responsibilities. And I think that was sort of critical for us derailing the development. So I'm really trying to stick to those concepts. So yeah, as I said, I'm building for sustainability, not just for the project, but for myself, for me to be able to still be around, not feel any burnout, and to be able to do more with less time, as I still have a lot of other things in GNOME that I want to be doing. I want to contribute to other apps. I'm very excited about the space, and it's not all I want to be doing is boxes. So if I can create an application that is exciting for other people to get involved, and I can be part of it, not just be not the only driver of this would be the ideal scenario. So these are like things that I really want to focus this time around to make sure that we get it right from the beginning. Federico mentioned oftentimes about like designing our application for testing, but not just like this graphic user interface testing where you're simulating events, but also being able to isolate your backends and test those backends. So this is also something I've been targeting about. So testing the VM creation without going through the UI, just testing the VM creation code separately. So these were things that were not possible in the previous boxes because it was really tied to the UI. So you actually had to trigger those things, those events through the UI. So yeah, in conclusion, what I want to say is that for people to practice delay gratification in the sense that whenever you find yourself in a position where you're no longer having joy, like not enjoying what you are doing, take a step back and analyze what you want to be doing, what is the product that you are doing, and how can you make this enjoyable? Because I think that things that are made with passion, things that are made with excitement are much more fruitful. They have higher quality. And I also think that while I am being sponsored by Red Hat and have this privilege of being able to work on this, a lot of other contributors don't. So I want to make it inclusive so other people feel that this is a community they want to be joining and being part of. So yeah, please help me with boxes. I think for now, people could try to build what I have on that repository and try to create some virtual machines. Be aware that things might break, so you might lose data if you are playing with important things inside your virtual machines. But I've been testing a lot with GNOME OS, with Fedora, and with Windows as well, and those are working very nicely as of now. So I think it's a good start, and as we go forward, we're going to do that switch with the Flatpak. I'm going to take a vacation after GUADEC, but I promise that by the end of the month, we're probably going to make this switch on the Nightly Apps Flatpak. So people who are consuming from the Nightly Apps repository are going to be able to get this without having to build. And then afterwards, as we get to feature parity with the existing stable implementation of boxes, we can prepare for GNOME 50 to make that switch. So yeah, I kind of rushed a bit because it was kind of two talks in one. It was about the boxes, but also about this experience of as a maintainer and trying to revamp things and build for sustainability. So yeah, thank you. And if you have any questions or comments, please.
Thank you, Felipe. We have a few questions in the room. I need to figure out how I'm going to reach a person from the audience. And I think I found it.
Here's my contacts if you want to reach out. I'm trying to switch to this Mastodon handler in the bottom. I have my blog there and my personal account separately, but eventually I'm going to merge them. So if you want to keep up with things, I think that's the best you can follow now.
I don't expect you to be able to answer this right now, but my question is, how do you, for the nightly apps, how do you prevent it from conflicting with the regular install for a user?
We have a different app ID, which is the boxes devel app ID. So it's basically two applications and they can coexist together thanks to Flatpak isolation of the container. So you can have both side by side.
But that doesn't, by changing the app ID, that doesn't change how it interacts on dbus. My understanding, because I've had other discussions about this, and if you play around with the app ID to try to avoid conflicts, I was told that that could cause problems because the app ID manifests in other places, right? So how do you prevent that problem? Because I was led to believe that the app ID is sort of special, right? It's not just a name. It's not like a container name, right? That you can just play with because it does impact how it shows up in dbus services and things like that. And how do you make sure that that isn't a special case just in the nightlies?
I haven't had that problem so far. We already had the devel build for the old boxes. We are already producing two Flatpaks all the time, like one for the stable and one for the nightly devel one. And as I switched one to the other, they are basically honoring the same APIs. Boxes doesn't have any debug interface. So it's just consuming interfaces from other components that have their own app IDs, but the boxes one is just basically dbus activation and app icon and launching from the shell. So it's not much in that side. Boxes is really the front end, and it's not like an API. So there is not a lot of applications actually supposed to interact with the boxes app ID. So.
Another question. People that are watching online, I'm so sorry, we have disabled the YouTube chats because they became a bit off topic, but if you'd like to make questions, please join our Telegram group, GUADEC, or our metrics channels.
So thanks for your presentation. I think you did a fantastic job at selling your new version of boxes, which made me a little disappointed that we didn't see a screenshot or a demo or something.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't prepare for that, but I should have done it.
But yeah, I mean, that tells you a lot about your marketing skills for your new app.
Any more questions?
So you said this new app is it already on Flatpak nightly or
No, it's
not yet? Okay.
We are preparing for it, and I think it's almost ready for this, but I want to do it as soon as possible so people can consume it without building.
Okay, so I need to build it if I want to try it.
Yeah, but there's already a whole Flatpak setup set. So if you use GNOME Builder, you're just going to clone the repository and press play and build everything. So that's already working pretty nicely. And I have other people who have tested this for me, so it seems to be working.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
The switch on the repository I haven't done now because I know that people have existing virtual machines, right? So if you are using the boxes devel with your existing virtual machine, I need to migrate those. So that goes about going to libvirt and replacing the spice configurations with the new ones. So I have the migration code, it worked as well, but yeah, here we are playing with people's data, right? So I want to be more careful with the testing for that. But starting with the nightly could be reasonable. And
I have a question from people online. I've been using boxes for quite a while and loving it, and been using on some of my projects productions. So is boxes seeing future in enterprise side?
the enterprise side?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, if there is a use case for that, I would definitely would like to build for that use case. As of now, I only know about GNOME contributors that are using boxes, or people using distros that they are testing the new version of their distros, people doing app development, shell extensions. So it has been a lot taken as a developer tool for people to build GNOME, to build desktops. And yeah, I haven't heard much about other applications. So yeah, I'll be very interested on that if there is a case for this. I would like to know what they need from boxes to be able to suit the uses. So yeah, please let me know if you know about a feature that boxes needs for your application.
Okay, thank you so much. We are out of time, so we need to start the next talk.
Thank you.
going to start with the next presentation, which is getting things done in GNOME. Yeah, so you can take over now.
Listen. Okay, sorry about that. There you go, perfect. So, hi everyone, welcome to day 2 of GUADEC. Yeah, I'm Emmanuele, and this is my talk on not the like note-making, like to-do list thing in GNOME, but how to get things done in GNOME. Yeah, don't worry. Oh, we can wait. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, how do things happen in GNOME? Yeah, who knows? Things happen in GNOME? Really? So, yeah, like outside of the joke, we have been releasing GNOME for 20 years, GNOME 2 for 23 years now. So we kind of like, stuff happens in GNOME, but nobody actually knows how or who makes things decides what to happen in GNOME. And in reality, there's a problem at the core of GNOME. So we all know, like, one of the foundational documents in the history of GNOME is Havok's like essay on software preferences and on how preferences have a cost. And we refer to it like pretty much constantly. Like everyone asks, why are you not adding just an option to GNOME? And this is like part of our core experience as GNOME contributors. But when talking about the technical aspect, technical direction of the GNOME project, there are two really foundational texts in the history of the project. And the first one is, of course, Miguel's announcement of the GNOME project creation in 1997, which is, yeah, I'm gonna try and read it like quickly. We will try to reuse the existing code for GNU programs as much as possible while adhering to the guidelines of the project, and putting nice and consistent user interfaces over all-time favorites will be one of the projects. But ostensibly, the real second foundational text came a lot later than that. And few people are around that remember it. And it's Derek Glidden GNOME versus KDE description. And this, I isolated this part, which is kind of important. Development strategies in GNOME are generally determined by whatever light show happens to be going on at the moment. When one of the developers will leap up and scream, I want to look it just like that, and then straight arm his laptop against the wall in a hallucinogenic frenzy before vomiting copiously, passing out, and falling face first down in the middle of the dance floor. So yeah. This was like humor back in the day when KDE was seen as the corporate, very precise way of developing a desktop environment, and GNOME was seen as something that people threw together for fun. Well, fun. So both have in common something that once you see it, you cannot really unsee it. Because, yeah, after nearly 30 years, GNOME is still developing this way. It's basically the thing they have in common is that the core of the experience is based on the inassailable right and might of the people that make the thing that they are publishing is going to be the central character of the project. It's something that is basically the sublimation of a person's view a person like perspective. So it's what I call like herding cats and vector sum. Back in 2005, my first GUADEC, so 20 years ago, like in May, I saw a very interesting talk by one of the first designers of the GNOME project, which was Seth Nickel. It was subbing for like Miguel not making it to GUADEC in time. And he presented a slide, a very important slide. We were talking about GNOME 3 at the time. So 2005, GNOME 3 was released in 2011. We were already talking about GNOME 3. Project Topaz, 10 by 10, and so on and so forth. And one of the slides was a representation of how things happen in GNOME. It was a vector, like a diagram of multiple vectors pointing in every other direction, and then somebody with a longer vector dragging the entire project behind them. So this is how GNOME operates. It's basically herding cats, and somebody ends up doing that. That work to bring everyone along. And sure, we've had the HIG for like 25 years. We have shared development resources, and it's basically just masking things from inside and outside the project. And from the outside, everyone seems to be on board in the same direction, but from the inside, we clearly, like everyone here knows, that is like comically inaccurate. It's like, that just does not happen. And, okay, so I'm a software nerd. Might come as a shock to most of you, but yeah. And one of the side effects of my terminal condition of being a software nerd is that I enjoy optimization problems. And since I don't have the skills to optimize a lot of software, I try to optimize the processes that end up making the software. And that sometimes means optimizing people away. So yeah, I'm afraid I'll have to be a little bit blunt here, so please forgive me in advance. But as a way and as an example, let's say you are a maintainer of a project inside a community, a free software project inside a community. And dealing with people is hard. And like, God forbid that you talk to other people or you convince other people or like sketch out what you can do together. So like, what are your options at that point? So since talking to people is hard. So one of the first ways of doing this is that you carve out your niche. You create a project, you take over a project, and you make yourself indispensable. So that everything like flows through you, and you become the person that dictates the taste, the decisions, and everything goes through your edicts or your like position as the maintainer of the project. Another like way to do this is you replicate your thoughts by like a parasitic wasp. You lay your egg inside other people's head because if everyone thinks like you, like in terms of like designing an API, you design an API that replicates you, and everyone that uses the API has to think like you in order to use it. So it's like, you don't have to talk about how to make application work, how to use this functionality. You don't have to develop a theory of mind of how other people like function, because yeah, what's the fun in that? Another option is to implement the entire platform by yourself, and basically just you start off by creating a project and then like breaking down in multiple dependencies, and then all those dependencies need refactoring, and all those projects, and after like 5 minutes, you have the entire stack under your control, and you end up owning everything, and everything depends on you, and people are not needed that way. But if people are not needed that way, then you don't get to have contributors. You don't have to have people helping you, because people depend on you, and you just fill out the niche. So then you get to complain that people are not helping you. So I purposefully not named any names in like community or projects, but I'm sure that everyone here can recognize somebody in the examples I've made. For instance, I recognize myself in all of these. I've been there in every single instance because this is what happens in a free software project, right? If you're not talking to other people. But if this is what happens from inside the project, from the outside is even worse. Because once you start dragging other people along over your direction, you raise your visibility. People will start learning your name. And because you appear in GitLab, you appear on social media, because you appear on like forums, on all the bad places in the internet, like Planet GNOME. Like YouTuber and journalists will try to like parse out every single comment you make. Like randos on web forum will start associating you with the project. And yeah, you become the embodiment of all evil in the world or all good in the world, even though maybe you're not involved in anything at all. Because, yeah, always remember the crowd applauds your coronation in the same crowd that will applaud your beheading. People like a show. And of course, this particular thing ends up burning people out. It would be absurd if it didn't. Even in the best case possible, you'd end up burning just by reaching what I call empathy fatigue. Because everyone has access to you, you feel responsible for every single thing that people bring to you. It's kind of like non-profit fatigue in the non-profit burnout. It's not like corporate burnout. You get into a feedback loop where you don't want to distance yourself from the project because you derive satisfaction from it, but also you derive pain from it because people will blame you for anything and everything. So in a project like GNOME, like free software project, we want structure so that people know what to expect from you and what to expect when making decisions and when following decisions that have been made. We are kind of 28 years too late, but we're not entirely too late. We can do it. So what have other projects done with this particular, like, to fill this particular gap in their structure? And it would be the apex of narcissism to believe that GNOME is special in any way, shape, or form. So let's see what happened elsewhere in complex free and open source software projects. Like Python. If you don't know what a Python PEP is, so it's an enhancement proposal, I strongly recommend you go and look at it if you're not familiar with it. It's very, very, very important. It's pretty much the de facto standard these days for like governance in a free software project. Is a way to not just describe a technical change, but also an organizational change. Python uses them all the time. The entire process of creating a PEP and proposing it and getting accepted or rejected, or the entire workflow is a PEP itself. But it also describes things like the teams inside Python, everything that is that has to do with governance and like not just technical but social aspect. Rust as a similar, like Rust is a project that exists in a post-Python world. So of course they follow the same mechanism. They literally RFC everything that deals with like anything related to the project, from the language to the tooling, from deprecations. It's very, very interesting as well. So it's another thing that I recommend like reading. Fedora has a similar kind of thing. It's called a change proposal. is a little bit more lightweight for some stuff. Like, there are two change proposals. One is the system change proposal, and the other is a self-contained change proposal. They have different requirements, they have different optional bits, but they kind of follow the same pattern there. But also, the Fedora has, like, he's heavy on the special interest groups, so sub-teams of people like managing the project. Turns out, you probably don't know this, but GNOME had a similar mechanism. It was called GNOME Enhancement Proposal, in a shocking amount of lack of imagination. I knew about it because it was already like orbiting around GNOME, but I didn't know the details of this, so I had to go do the thing that I love the most: go through the mailing list archives for like a couple of years. The GNOME Enhancement Proposal was actually a reactionary change. During the GNOME 2.0 development process, the community almost ate itself alive. Shocking, I know. That never happens. People like screaming on mailing list, well, typing all caps in mailing list. People like dramatically leaving the project because somebody reverted a change, and then coming back 2 weeks later, and then leaving the project again, like slamming the door. Companies doing whatever the hell they wanted. But yeah, that happened. That particular process got abandoned pretty quickly because at some point people were working for the same companies. So what's the point in having a change proposal when you have to talk to your manager and your colleagues anyway? It's also a lot of grief, so whatever. But that process morphed into the new module proposal for GNOME 2, which was basically a way to evaluate adding new elements to the GNOME release. That too was seen as too heavyweight because it infringes on the maintainer's inalienable right of deciding whatever they want. So it got morphed again into the external dependencies process, which was again like dropped on the floor because it's really hard to get the GNOME maintainers to like send an email to the release team that they added a dependency or removed a dependency. For some reason, they don't like anything. Tried that. I got told in one of my probably more Emmanuele ways of saying something on a mailing list, I intimated that if the release team could replace most of the GNOME maintainers with a small shell script, they would have already done it. Which is true. Well, it's half true. We replaced most of them with a Python script this now. But yeah, something happened that way. So what is the actual goal of a governance model for the GNOME project? Let's just say that the goal zero of this is diffusing responsibility. We have concentrated too much responsibility into single people that are now burning out, they're now very angry at everything, or they are trying desperately to get other people to work with them, not realizing that they are the bottleneck anyway. But on top of that, diffusing the responsibility also means empowering the community, because the community contributors, not the community, like the outer community of the GNOME project, the users, the occasional like person that files a bug. It's the community of maintainers, the people that are actually working on the project, the people that are contributing design, they're contributing like testing, they are contributing the translation, documentation, not just code, of course. They have to be able to know how decisions are made and when decisions are made. And once a decision is made, they need to be able to refer to it in the future. So random GitLab issues, random private matrix chat rooms, well, or Telegram room or whatever are not a governance model. They are a terrible, terrible idea. And also we want to empower individuals. Like we want to be able to get other people to contribute to GNOME, of course. Otherwise, the audience of GUADEC will always get smaller. We want more people here. We want more people inside the tent. So the final goal is to have an actual decision-making process, something that is documented, something that can be replicated, something that can be adopted and kept, and can be updated when things are needed, because no process is perfect. And the process to make a decision has to include the mechanism to update the process to make decisions as well. So here's the proposal, is proposed GNOME change. The name is subject to change itself because it's, yeah, I don't have any, and like naming things is my Achilles heel. I'm not great at that. A proposed GNOME change doesn't need to be as complicated as, a proposed GNOME change doesn't need to be complicated as a PEP. PEPs are fairly like intensive, but they can follow the same like trajectory. You propose something, you have a sponsor for it, you have somebody in the community that vouches for you, basically, and then it gets edited, it gets validated by a team of people whose only job is to ensure that the proposal is correct, the proposal follows the right procedure. And then it gets evaluated by a steering committee, which is made of representatives from each aspect of the community. So one person from the design team, one person from the localization teams, one person from the release team, board, if we want to involve them in that, but it's not strictly necessary. So we keep a firewall between the foundation governance and the technical governance, according to the bylaws of the foundation itself. Yeah. So this thing happens to be useful for anything that involves more than one project. So if you're like fixing a bug, adding a feature, you don't need a change proposal. That's pointless. Even though it might be interesting to have it, it's not strictly necessary. But if your change affects more than your project, affects somebody else's, then you definitely need something like this. You have every change proposal has an owner, so as a reference point, and as a sponsor. So somebody can take over or can vouch for it in the sense that they can talk to other people inside the project. Is evaluated and followed by an editorial team and is approved or rejected by a steering committee, steering group. The editorial team does just that. It doesn't evaluate the fact that the proposal is in the best interest of the project, doesn't evaluate technically. It only evaluates the formal aspect of the proposal itself, and maintains the archive so that people can read the approved or the rejected proposals and like refer to them in the future. And the steering group is the group that is responsible for ratifying the PGCs. It's not the release team. The release team is responsible for releasing GNOME, not changing GNOME. So the steering committee is made up by the representatives from different other teams that we have. Some of these teams exist in the sense that they have some aspect of the project, but currently are not filled out. Like the documentation team is kind of non-existent. I'm the documentation team for development. Felipe is the documentation team for the app help-ish. But yeah, it's kind of complicated. We would need like an actual team to decide. But the steering committee is flexible, has to be flexible to adopt new representatives when needed. Of course, the real question is this enough? And you won't believe that the answer is no. Because it's easy to go into a second system effect. So we had the GNOME enhancement proposals, they failed. So let's like build them again with slightly different tweaks and watch them fail again. And we need to learn why they fail. And they fail because the base of the project is too atomized. There are too many fiefdoms in GNOME where people are responsible for their little like aspect of the project, and they either don't play well with others or don't play at all with others. They have their own like area of maintenance, and they don't care about anything else. So what is the solution? Let's get rid of the maintainers. They serve their purpose, and we don't need them anymore, honestly. Maintainers should not exist in a complex interdependent project because they become the bottleneck. They are inefficiency manifest. We luckily made them entirely redundant because nowadays a maintainer is just somebody that pushes a tag to a Git repository. So why do we need somebody that pushes the tag to the repository to be the person that maintains the project? The release team pushes the tag to the repository. The release team is releasing GNOME anyway. What the hell are we doing that we are waiting for the release team to release GNOME, and the release team is waiting for people that release each and single project? It's like, no, what the heck? It's insanity. I don't know why we're still like putting up with that. Instead, let's embrace the special interest group. Let's embrace teams. We already have this kind of structure. People that are contributing to GNOME Shell are also responsible for contributing to Mother. They are also responsible for contributing to G-settings, that's the G-settings schemas. They're also responsible for the kiosk. They're also responsible for a bunch of other components. They are the same people. And every time there's a new component that is needed for that, a new person gets added to that particular group of people. Why are we not formalizing that? Why do we have a GTK maintainer when GTK glib, GTK Pixbuff, what else, Pango, they are all the same people. Why are we still why do we still think that we have to formalize on having a single person responsible for a single project? It's pointless. So let's have areas of interest, like the SDK. Everything that goes into the SDK that is maintained on GNOME infrastructure should have the same people maintaining it. Introspection. The people who work on introspection, the people who work on language bindings, they are the same people. They should be the same team. Everyone works on every single project involved, like fixing bugs, triaging issues. We don't need like the maintainer flag in GitLab. Anybody can be it. And the releases happen by virtue of having a release team. If we need more people in the release team, we can add more people in the release team. Why are the core apps why do every single core app have separate maintainer? Why? They're all the same core apps. They're all following the same design patterns. They're all following the same release schedule. They're all following the same direction of the project. Why do we need individual people responsible for them? Same for development tools. In this case, development tools is one person. What the hell are we doing? And then we have sub-teams like security, accessibility, like image stuff, networking, everything else that has technical needs and impact more than one project should have a team of people working on it. But not a team of people working on the same project and with this maintainer bit toggled is like, no single person should block everything. And I already know, like, what happens if I say no? What happens if a maintainer decides to pick up the ball and go home because they enjoy having control on their project? Well, GitHub is free. GitLab is free. If you don't want to play on the GNOME GitLab because you don't want to play with our kids, it's not 1997 where like GNOME gave you CVS because setting up a CVS server was really, really painful. Like there are lots of like source code forges everywhere. You can move. Git is distributed. You can just move. But also, I think this would be a gut reaction, like, oh, I want to be in control. But in reality, I think you'd have a lot more to gain than what you would lose in terms of control. You would have a lot more people involved in your project if you did it. But if you don't want to, because you don't like playing with other kids, yeah. We depend on a ton of things that are not hosted on GNOME infrastructure. You can not be on GNOME infrastructure. And what I'm basically proposing is to have a civil service for the GNOME infrastructure, instead of having like little aristocracy, little bits of dukes and barons and little medieval lords, have a structure that allows other people to join and people to leave without impacting the long-term health of the project. So, sum up, we should stop releasing individual projects. The release team should release GNOME modules. We should have areas of interest, not projects. We need to create a steering group for managing changes that exist across the entire project. We need everyone that wants to make something happen inside GNOME to start presenting change proposals and write them and discuss them. And we have to publish them so that other people can follow through, can follow along and can follow through the changes, instead of having the current initiative program, which is just a GitLab issue with a long checklist of modules that sometimes are up to date, sometimes they don't make sense, sometimes whatever, and just waiting for them to be checked by people randomly working on them. That is not a change proposal. There is not an initiative. It's just a checklist. And yeah, it's way, way too late for that. So I assume people will have questions. I'm happy to answer them. Oh, there. Over there. And okay.
Can I go?
Yeah.
I guess there's a kind of bootstrapping question here, because
Right.
if you don't have a governance decision-making process,
Yes.
how do you decide on what your governance decision-making process is going to be?
Yeah, the bootstrapping problem is an interesting one. GNOME doesn't have, for better or worse, self-appointed dictator, benevolent dictator for life, like Python used to have, which is another like great thing that Python did. Was we have a representative of the project, and the representative of the project created a process to make himself redundant long before he decided to just F off in the distance, because Google money. But the bootstrapping process, yes, is kind of problematic, which means that we need a seed of like people that care about this stuff. So part of the release team probably should be involved. Basically select, co-opt, more accurately, a bunch of people that start the process and present the first of the proposed GNOME changes which outlines the change proposal by mechanism. At which point we get everyone that is like has the maintainer bit on the dope file to vote on it. Otherwise, I mean, it would be a lot easier if you just did whatever the fuck I told you to do. But since that doesn't happen, in the best case scenario, that doesn't happen, usually, I think we'll need to involve the community in a sort of like bootstrapping process, yes. But again, it would be a lot easier if you did it. So, no, microphone.
All right. Well, you said this was going to be controversial. I'm very disappointed.
Yeah.
Maintainers.
Yes.
I'm going to do a little bit of devil's advocacy here. The thing you do as a maintainer is not just push a tag to GitLab, but I have a feeling there are a lot of maintainers who have
Opinions?
non-obvious knowledge about the internal working of whatever module they're responsible for. So whether that's intentional or not, like whether they would be happy to share that burden with somebody else or not, how do you see that working in a world where there are no maintainers? Because if this internal knowledge gets bunched up in a few people anyway, aren't they going to have de facto decision power just because nobody else wants to touch what they're doing?
That is a very like reasonable thing to ask, and yeah. The problem is if you have knowledge of your project that is not available to the public, then I'm sorry to say you're a shit maintainer. You should not be a maintainer at all. You're like, at the very best, you're a programmer, and that is fine. That's a role. I mean, I don't care. I'm a programmer. The role of the maintainer is not to hoard knowledge. The role of the maintainer is not to tag a release. That is what David Graeber's called a shit job. It is a shit job. Like writing release notes is bureaucracy for bureaucracy's sake. Matters to nobody. But it's something we string along from the days of AutoTools and manual change logs and CVS and stuff like that. The role of the maintainer is the role of a senior software engineer is to uplift other people, like junior maintainers, junior developers, is to uplift those people. And uplifting those people means giving out that knowledge that you hoarded for yourself. Being like a dragon or in a fantasy setting is not nice. It's not something that should happen at all. So yeah, you need to write down what you know. You need to diffuse that knowledge. And if you just want to know something instead of like being like actively providing that knowledge to you, then you're not a maintainer. You can be institutional knowledge. You can do that. But the entire goal is of the change proposal is to write down that institutional knowledge, write down those discussions, write down the decisions that make something happen in the whole of GNOME so that other people in the future can refer to them. Like, I make an example. Everything the design team decides is usually inside some random GitLab issue. And like 6 months, 3 years down the line, doesn't matter. Somebody comes up with a different design that contradicts the decision made like 3 years before. and there's nobody around that remembers that. Sometimes the same design team members will propose an exact different solution that contradicts. Sorry? I have receipts. So you have to remember, I know where the bodies are buried. I buried some of them myself. So yeah, you need to grow up, basically. You need to be a senior software engineer. You don't get to be like flying by the seat of your pants or pass out in the middle of the dance floor anymore. Sorry about that. Sri.
Yeah, wow, that's loud. Okay. My question is, during the change proposal process, you and I both know that when the external audience gets involved, we are subject to things like brigading and things like that. Have you built something like this is like somebody who can manage the noise that happens in these change processes?
Yeah, it would be a moderation team. Like the Rust project has a moderation team, which is not the code of conduct team. Like it includes the code of conduct team, but the moderation team operates on GitHub issues, on the discourse forum, and everywhere else. So basically, any discussion has to happen on, for Python, any discussion on a PEP happens on discourse. Before it is presented, like for voting or anything from the steering group. In Rust, everything happens on the GitHub issue for that particular proposal. And there is a moderation team that goes around and flags off-topic stuff, splits the discussion on discourse to other topics, or moves stuff around. So I think the moderation side of things is important, but we also have kind of moderators already. We have moderators on discourse, adding more moderators there for people to keep discussions civil and constrained to the people that are actually contributing to the project. Not also we can have ACLs that say if you have a GNOME account, then yeah, you can participate in this discussion. Otherwise, you are an external person and you can leave comments in separate topics so you don't derail the thing. And if you get brigaded by the Moronics cloud, or you get brigaded by Redditors or whatever, or the 4chan boards, because of course they are still around. Yeah, and we do software in public. So what are you gonna do? You can retweet and make it completely opaque. And visible only to contributors, but at that point, yeah, it doesn't really matter. The entire idea is to have this stuff public anyway at the end of the process. So yeah, we have tools at our disposal to mitigate brigading and stuff like that.
Okay.
Other questions?
Unfortunately, we're out of time. Yeah.
So
maybe we can take it outside.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You can stop me outside, and I can berate you to your heart's content.
Yeah. We have a very short coffee break until 10:35, and then we meet back here for State of the Shell.
Thank you. Sorry? Yeah. I mean, there are a million ways to make this super frictionless, and if people don't want this, fuck off in the distance. you have to understand, I have no qualms telling people to fuck off. If you haven't understood it by now.
I like it.
Yeah, I thought it would be a little bit more controversial. I overestimated the presence of people very all in on the process of being their little lord, feudal lord. I think people are mostly tired now. They're so tired that I can take them by basically just take this away from
Welcome back. We are starting the next session, State of the Shell, with Carlos, Florian, Jonas, and Sebastian.
So welcome to another yearly edition of the infamous State of the Shell talk, where we're going to talk about your favorite window manager, compositor, shell, panel, quick settings, and all that stuff. We are Carlos, that you all know, Sebastian, that you also all know, Florian, and me, Jonas. We're going to start with some very bright topics.
All right, so the bright topics he's talking about is, I guess, color and HDR. So first part is that we did it. We have HDR support now. It was actually so this actually took. Oh, sorry. This actually took quite a while to get done. It was a few years of work, and we were changing a lot of things in the background to make this happen. So kind of a long while here, but we are basically at this point where HDR is working, and it's already exposed by default. So like if you have a compatible display, you get a thing in settings where it says HDR, and you can toggle it, and it just works. And that's basically all there is to it from a user perspective. It just turns into HDR mode, and everything should work. Right. This is the thing. Like this is everything you see currently. It's not much, but the toggle actually does a whole bunch of things in the background for you. And yeah, there currently is still some other stuff like the HDR brightness thing in there, but that's going away for reasons. Yeah, like it's not just about what we did in Matter here. Like we also made sure that it works with everything else with HDR. Like you can play games with HDR now. It's in Vulkan. Wayland works over Vulkan, and they're all doing the right things that you can actually play games in HDR. We've got video playback in HDR. You can, Martin's talk yesterday, he showed off like Firefox running, like doing HDR and running on Matter and doing all the right things. Like your favorite video players, they might work. Some of them are not there yet, but it's coming. And also important for us, GTK does HDR now. That's amazing. And if you have a GTK video player, you can start adding support for HDR. It's all there. We have, yeah, we can also show HDR images in loop, and we also nowadays, like pretty recent development, but Blender is also starting to support HDR on Wayland. So the whole ecosystem is coming along with us, and it's been working out, I guess. Yeah, we also did a bunch of things about the brightness sliders, like not the sliders, but backlight handling in general. This has been sitting in GNOME settings theme for a while, but we moved it to Matter and the shell. And it's basically to support HDR and a few weirdnesses with like how brightness and that stuff is being handled. So we had to add a software-based backlight thing, but it's all getting unified in like a single brightness control that we all have on our laptops and are using, and it's just integrating everything. Yeah, so we are definitely not done yet with the work here. It's kind of rudimentary support for HDR, but there are some features that we really want to add. Like John has been working on some nice parts here. Tone mapping support, so that the quality of the HDR presentation becomes better. ICC support for more of the color management things that like other applications like GIMP might want to do. We have plans to like support color management in general, not just HDR here, and that's also in the pipeline. Nightlight is currently broken, and we have plans to fixing this stuff and also making it possible to set the white point. And then there's also like some more future things, but where you can
do HDR on a normal screen without having an HDR screen. So a lot of stuff in the pipeline, a lot of things we want to improve, but the general support is there. Yeah, I guess the next topic here is, like always, nowadays we are really a Wayland compositor, so there was a lot of work happening on the Wayland side as well. Like I really mean a lot. There's a whole bunch of protocols we've been adding. Yeah, so I'm gonna go over a bunch of them and tell you why we have to add a bunch of protocols for everything. But one thing that we also have been doing, especially Carlos and Jonas, has been that we had some kind of private protocols that were not upstream, and we used them for a bunch of things. And we have this plan of basically everything that's generic enough to get this stuff upstream. So that's kind of nice. Everything that like is generically useful. So for example, the XDG system bell thing, like if you press tab on in a terminal and it doesn't find anything to autocomplete or something, it makes this sound that we all love and know. It can also, turns out that you can also change it to flash your screen, and so that's why we have a Wayland protocol for that thing. Then the edge constraints, so a bit of a window management tiling kind of thing that was private to like Mutter and GTK that's gonna upstream. Then we've also added support for what's called FIFO, which is basically about how to present things on this, like how applications are presenting things to the screen. It's basically just committing like updates to the compositor, and they're in a queue. And whenever there's every refresh cycle, it basically like takes the next thing and puts it on the screen. And this really helps with like this mode is in Vulkan, and we kind of used to emulate it in Wayland, but now we have like proper support for it, which means a whole bunch of like Windows games will work actually over Wayland, and yeah, without any, well, at least not with this issue anymore. So if you want to play games on Wayland natively, that's a huge thing. In a similar way, there's also support for the new commit timing protocol, which basically allows you to set a certain time, and before the time, an update shouldn't be presented, and that it gives you control over putting stuff on the screen and the timing of that. And there's a Vulkan extension coming, and a lot of people have asked for a Vulkan extension over the years, so this is something that game developers have been asking for a lot as well. The obvious ones like color management and color representation, this is about the HDR and color work we have been doing. These have been doing for a long time, like more than 5 years, I think. And we finally pushed them over and finished them up. The top level drag protocol, it's something that GNOME does when you have a tab and you drag it, and then it becomes its own window. And now we are supporting that as well, and it seems to be working. We have the cursor share protocol, which kind of inverts how cursors are being drawn, because in Wayland, what happened is that the clients were responsible for drawing the cursor, and now the client can just tell the compositor what kind of cursor it wants, and the compositor will figure out, okay, I will use this cursor theme, and I will draw the cursor for you. And yeah, it's kind of nice for consistency, I guess, and for a lot of issues we had around scaling with cursors. Pointer warp, that's something for, well, the clients can just warp the cursor to another position. This is useful in some situations, but there are like concerns about applications just abusing your cursor. So this is a thing that's limited to only situations where the mouse button is down. So you can implement certain features with it, like infinitely dragging something, and then the cursor goes over the screen and then jumps back to a position and continues going over the screen. So it's quite nice for a bunch of applications, but also kind of limited. And then at the end, we also have like a WL fixes thing, which is in a core protocol. And there were memory leaks in Mesa, and that's something we also managed to fix. So that's also great. Yeah, and we have a few things we also want to continue doing with Valiant protocols. For one, there's the upstreaming stuff that I talked about, the power private protocols, and I think this is something that will continue. Jonas is still trying to upstream the XDG WM gestures protocol, which is about when you right-click, for example, on the title bar, that the shell puts up a menu there. And then there's also the session management protocol, which I think a lot of people will appreciate because it allows us to basically restore the window position and other like window management state when the application has been closed and has been started again. It's something that Carlos is also continuing to work on. So we hope that that will make it into a future release. Yep. And with that, over to Carlos.
So in this area, what happened, one of the major changes that happened is the clutter sprite refactors. This has been a change trying to move away from X11 semantics. At some point, yeah, rewinding back a while back, when GTK got the X input to support, I commit the mistake to follow the same semantics, which has 2 tiers of devices. And this somehow ended up copied in clutter. Thanks, Emmanuele. So this is something that we've been dragging along for quite some time, these 2 tiers of devices, where you have physical devices that you can configure, and they don't represent nothing in the state of the shell. And you have logical devices which drive the actual state and try to highlight things and whatnot. So this clutter sprite is a reunion of these logical devices and all this state tracking on the states of a pointing device. With this, I'm talking a pointer, a stylus, or a touch point in a touchscreen. And before, yeah, we had to carry this clutter input device and an event sequence just in case, because it might refer to a touch point. And now we have a single instance of something that has a state on this stage, and it does all the accounting of this state. Another nice improvement has been the support for tablet dials. This is along with this vertical, well, linear touch strips or ring-alike touch strips that there exist in some drawing tablets. Some newer models, they are also bringing dials that they are not quite the same. So yeah, we are supporting this specifically, thanks to people from Wacom and to Peter Hutterer. We are working on extending the gesture framework. This has been long-standing work from Jonas Dressler, and it looks like the implementation of the gesture framework will finally land for 49. We are trying to make it so. And we've also gained some API for global shortcuts, for the global shortcuts backend, but yeah, this is relatively minor because everything works over there. Everything works the same way as GNOME settings daemon does, with media keys and everything. So it wasn't that much of a big change on the matter side, but some changes had to happen to make it work. And some future plans over here would be deprecating the event signals in Clutter Actor. This is legacy stuff that we would like people to stop using in favor of gestures and actions and things that abstract you from the event stream. Basically because, yeah, it is kind of a bad idea to do this with JavaScript or any other interpreter when you are maybe funneling thousands of events per second. So the design intent is that everything is managed by gestures and the action infrastructure, and then an actor implementer does use these objects and does not handle these events themselves. So we can actually put a funnel on front of them. And another piece of work that will be nice to have, and this Clutter Sprite work is preparation for, and the gesture infrastructure will really help, would be merging Wayland event handling into Clutter event propagation, because well, when Matter got all these Wayland capabilities, well, it started way before, like the Clutter event handling and the things that you see on the cell handling events and whatnot, and what happens when you click on a client or things like that, they are happening in two separate phases, which is not really nice. So ideally, all these Wayland clients should be the actors themselves, and the events should be handled through the actors instead of a parallel pile of code that maybe gives you the event or not. And this will allow some nice things, like allowing 3D transformations and making things work and whatnot. For that, obviously, we need to move from a global coordinate system in events, as it happens now, to actor local one, like it happens in GTK. But it will result in a single stack of event handling and everything going through the same places, and all the transformations being handled correctly and everything. Because all windows are now rectangular implicitly, even if you can transform them on looking glass, they will not work that way. So that might help over there. Then there's been some accessibility work. We've added support for, well, I merely reviewed these things. Work was done by Tirilu, by Lukáš. And in order to add support for keyboard shortcuts to be handled by the screen reader, that's a shortcut. This is a very special requirement for people with accessibility requirements, because they are very used to having special actions happening through a very specific set of shortcuts that they are not quite the regular ones. We couldn't handle them just right away, so it's needed some groundwork, but it's happened, and now Orca can handle keyboard shortcuts on Wayland correctly. And another feature that happened, this is relatively minor, but it is also worth mentioning. It's about the visual alerts, which are now in compliance with the European Accessibility Act. This has to do with the strobe effects and the frequency that you flash things, because the visual alerts, they just flash the screen, and there's people who is very sensitive to flashes and whatnot. So this European Accessibility Act basically sets a top limit on how many times you can flash something on the screen. And we are now compliant with it. And regarding future plans on accessibility, this is being already worked on, is making screen readers also able to query the pointer position, because one of these shortcuts, what it will actually do is try to query the pointer position, try to see what is underneath it, and try to inspect the accessibility of this element. So this is something that does not work on Wayland. Not everybody can query the pointer position globally. So this is some special work that needs to be done for Orca itself. and it's happening, and hopefully for 49 should be possible. And regarding some platform cleanups, mostly, we've gotten rid of clutter image. It was not that much used, if I remember correctly. So yeah, there are pieces of infrastructure that we can just move away from them and try to render icons and images in better ways and more modern ways. We've lessened also our dependency in Pango. Obviously, well, Pango is not going away yet, and in order to show text, in some way or other, you still need to use Pango. But the thing is that on the platform side, on the Matter side, we are lessening our dependency because it's mostly a window manager and an actor. It's a framework to build your compositor. So rendering text is something that is not a core feature of that, basically. So it could be the higher layers which can render text using Pango or something else, but Matter shouldn't need to care. There's also quite a lot less X-element code in the core of Matter. Many refactors and the result of many years after many years of refactors, we are getting rid of most of it finally and moving it to some other places where they do make more sense, and the core is getting more and more abstracted of X11 details. And we've also managed to disable the X11 backend by default, and because Wayland is the future, and at some point, that it will go away entirely. So far, it's only disabled. It can be enabled back, and distributors can do that if they wish so. But this is an expiration date, basically. And there's been also changes towards a more robust window management, getting rid of X11isms, and quite a few improvements that will allow to implement more things that we couldn't do before because of the legacy and that we had to care about. And this has been shuffled on a side, so we can actually improve. We can actually improve the window management bits. And I think this is already for you.
So we also managed to do some performance improvements this couple of cycles. One major thing is we finally managed to land the dynamic triple buffering done by Vanil van Voogd. It's been a long, multi-year project that required a series of changes over the time, but at the end, we managed to pull it off, and it's been improving performance since it landed for everybody. Another topic is input-output latency of cursor movements is something that we managed to improve. This works by us since a couple of releases, or more than that maybe, introduced a KMS thread and an input thread that directly integrate with each other to make it possible to change the cursor position on the screen without having to wait for rendering, for example, or layout, or the shell doing something. And we managed to improve this even slightly further by also making these kind of low latency commits to the kernel when we're rendering as well, which we didn't do in the past. So even when the screen is updating, you get low latency cursor movements. This was done by Michel Denzer. We have improved multi-GPU rendering, which in practice means if you have a hybrid graphics laptop, as they call it, when you have an integrated GPU and then you have a dedicated GPU, and the dedicated GPU might be an NVIDIA or AMD GPU, for example, then it's connected to the HDMI or DP display ports. We were doing some inefficient rendering that we have managed to eliminate. There were two things. We were busy looping, or not busy looping, we were sleeping on the main thread when we were waiting for one of the GPU pipelines to finish before we handed it off to the next GPU. But since we have implemented support for explicit synchronization, which is pretty much passing around synchronization primitives across things, for example, Wayland and in this case, different GPUs, we could just make the second dedicated GPU pipeline wait for the integrated GPU pipeline to finish by themselves independently of the main of the CPU. Together with doing some traditional performance improvements by caching things, the experience of running GNOME shell with on a hybrid graphics laptop improved significantly, so you could practically get 144 hertz per screen updates, as you would otherwise, in the past, it was not necessarily possible unless you had a really fast CPU or GPU and things like that. Another change that we did that didn't change performance, but it's changed stability, is we switched from real-time scheduling to high-priority scheduling. The backstory here is that the KMS thread really relies on being able to do its job at the right time, to be able to do the commits that it creates to hand over to the kernel at exactly the right time before the screen does its very periodic refresh. So we did use the real-time scheduling for this. The problem was that the GPU drivers tended to take an enormous amount of times sporadically. And since we were using real-time kit to do our real-time scheduling managing for us, we hit a hard-coded limit of 250 milliseconds before it just sent a sig kill to the compositor. We started to do measurements, and we realized that actually using a high priority scheduling strategy in the kernel scheduler got us practically the same results when it came to like how much later after scheduling an update that we actually got that CPU time. So we switched to that, and that more or less made us never ever receive a sig kill from the kernel by doing for the sort of real-time scheduling logic in the kernel. So performance, not so much of an improvement, but performance-related stability improvement. Some next steps, looking at the horizon. There's a lot of work to be done to do proper multi-GPU compositing. What we're doing now still is we composite on the integrated GPU or the primary GPU, whatever that GPU is selected to be, and then we copy it to the secondary one. But bits and pieces are happening across the stack in the compositor to make it possible to do multi-GPU compositing when you more or less eliminate the copying that was problematic in the previous slide. Michel Denzer is also working on providing more information from the kernel to do a more clever job when we schedule the atomic commits that create the graphical updates that are sent to the monitor. The problem here that we're facing is we're doing a bunch of guesswork, guessing when the driver is going to flip the switch and start to delay that commit that we send to the next cycle, the monitor cycle, more or less. The benefit of getting this kind of information is that we can remove some hard-coded, very conservative delays or like time durations that we wait, or like that we schedule our updates too early for it to be that low latency. But if we have more information from the kernel when the driver is deciding to do its flipping, we can get even lower latency, both for cursor updates, but for any kind of updates. We're still looking at overlay plane offloading. Robert Merder has had an open merge request for maximize window for a while. That's something that we're looking at pushing forward. There's also an upcoming kernel KMS color pipeline UAPI that has been in the development for a couple of years. Now that we're doing HDR, and we want to do HDR offloading also with overlay plane offloading. And to make this possible, we're also going to look into using this new color pipeline UAPI, which makes it possible to take all the HDR magic numbers and whatnot to create a piece of kernel object and then make the actual hardware in the GPU do the things that we would otherwise do in shaders for us, which would improve performance and battery consumptions primarily. Another part of the platform that made some improvements the last couple of cycles has been the remote desktop parts. We introduced a new way to drive the frame clock. So the frame clock is the thing in the compositor that creates the updates and composites the new frame and hands it over to the next thing. In the remote desktop case, the next thing is the pipewire stream. And a passive frame clock offloads the scheduling of the frame clock to the pipewire stream, meaning the endpoint of that stream could be the one who drives the frame clock in the compositor. It has some use cases that I will get into in a bit. We relied more and more on liba. For you who don't know what liba is, it's an input emulation library with an egg as a logo. It's a bit like Wayland, as it's in XML format that describes the way to send input events across a process boundary. And it's extensible and much nicer than what we had before. So more and more pieces, and now practically everything input related in the remote desktop APIs has been offloaded to liba. And thanks to that, touch input was possible, so that was added. It's also supported by GNOME Remote Desktop in GNOME 49. Now if you have a touch screen on your remote connection, then you can do that. Next steps for remote desktop. Hybrid remote desktop, which is not the same thing as hybrid graphics. It's when you have the typical use case is you have a workstation that's maybe some office. You work, and then you go home, and then you work. But you can continue where you left off, and you can be rest assured that the monitor is not turned on at the office, so people can sneak at you. It's the point of this hybrid remote desktop is that you switch from local to remote without having both at the same time. There's also some performance improvements on the horizon, and we're doing some unnecessary frame buffer copying that about to be eliminated as well. We're not doing damage reporting in all the cases that we should, so that's also something, some gaps to fill. The next topic, away from remote desktop, kind of, is tooling and developer experience. A new tool, I can't remember what version it was introduced, but GDCTL, GNOME Display Control, it's what it stands for. it fills the gap of what you couldn't do with settings, which was two things: create very complex monitor setups and do it from the command line. It's kind of like a X-render replacement, but it works with the Wayland session. So, for example, here you can see an example. Create a logical monitor, make it primary, set the scale to 2, add 2 monitors, create another logical monitor, add 1 monitor, make it positioned right off the first one, and then rotate it a bit. Then you can make a guess of how that setup would work. And it uses the same APIs as settings. It can make them persistent, it can make them temporary. Another thing that was added that you should actually go and see Florian's talk from yesterday. It's now possible to use the toolbox tooling that we have to that can be used for development purposes to create a systemd extension image. So if you're running, for example, Fedora Silverblue, you can run some scripts that Florian introduces in his talk, and then you can flip a switch and then log into whatever you were working on as it was installed on your actual distribution without risking breaking your actual machine, which is very nice for when you're working on system components in general. Another developer experience related change, nested is doomed. The -- nested, some of you might be using, that gets you a window with a GNOME shell or a motor inside it. Is practically the X11 backend with some hacks on top. And now the X11 backend is disabled by default, and it's going away sooner or later. It's going to die with it, so we need a replacement. Adding a Wayland backend is a possibility, but it would introduce a whole bunch of new code, and it would still be nice to have a bit more knobs and tools and utilities on top of something nested to do nicer things. So enter development kit. Development kit is a dedicated GTK4 application. It runs as its own application. It's a separate process. You can add knobs, anything that you desire. The thing about it, it doesn't add more or less any new code to Mutter or GNOME Shell, because it makes use of the remote desktop API that we already have, that is used by the RDP server, the portal backend. It can already do all the things that we need to have. Hardware accelerated pixel plumbing that we already do via Pipewire. The libA input plumbing already is super extensible and very nice to use and work with. No new code means less risk of actually breaking something in the compositor. So no new code is a half of a lie, because the passive frame clock mode is something that this new development kit actually makes use of. So it made it possible to synchronize the compositing frame loop in the compositor with the GTK frame loop, more or less, which means it gets synchronized with the monitor that it's displaying on. But other than that, no new changes to the compositor itself. Another nice side note about that is the remote desktop side of things didn't get that much testing, because it's not that many people that actually use remote desktop. But since the development kit thingy actually makes use of it, including all the input and hardware acceleration and everything, it gets much more testing than in the past. And hopefully that will lower the risk of introducing regressions in the remote desktop backend. Here's the screenshot. You see the hamburger menu. That's where everything happens. This is something that is work in progress, maybe for 49, hopefully. You can add launcher, so an annoying thing with Mutter is there's no way to launch anything. So if you have to open another terminal and set environment variables, and that's pretty annoying. But now you can, with the GTK4 app, you can just add launchers to the outside of the shell, so that's possible. Change form factors. This is also a work in progress. Maybe not the most pretty UI for that, but can be improved maybe. You can change to, for example, a mobile form factor by clicking a couple of times, or larger screen or smaller screen. Things that doesn't exist yet that would be nice to have or necessary to actually replace the nested backend is to have multiple monitors, add remove even. A thing that is lacking right now in the remote desktop world is high DPI, being notified about the scale and setting the scale from the remote desktop client. And then the development kit has the same kind of needs. And that's something we should add. Something that the nested backend also has is more realistic emulation of monitors like modes and stuff. And that was my part. Now the fluffy part.
Okay, so this is like the last item, like the more visible user stuff. Again, I start with what most of you are probably using. Notifications are now grouped since GNOME 48. It's much more likely that you are using few applications that send a lot of notifications than a lot of apps that send like few notifications. So grouping by apps declutters a lot the interface by basically like compressing the most noisy applications. It also allows bulk deleting notifications because while the notifications are stacked, pressing the close button will remove all the notifications from that particular app, which is like a nice middle ground between like removing them one by one or the clear all button that removes all notifications from all the apps. And last but not least, some notifications that have action buttons. Those buttons used to be only available while the notification was displaying like on screen. And if you missed that, maybe because notifications were disabled by the do not disturb switch, or you were viewing something full screen and non-urgent notifications just go directly to the list. Now the actions aren't missed, but they are still available if you open the calendar. We got like an initial implementation for digital well-being. So you can now opt into having GNOME Shell monitor your active screen time. There's like a accompanying change in settings that allows you to like view the statistics. And you can also like configure various notifications or like break reminders that, oh, you've been staring at the screen for a long time, so maybe like rest your eyes a bit. Maybe it's now time to move around a bit. Things like that. Work. The slide doesn't mention it. The work was done by Philip Withnell because he wrote the slide himself and he's way too modest. But if you want to like buy him a beverage, I'm pretty sure he will be thankful. You probably are aware that like it turned out that tracking screen time is quite a lot harder than it may look at the beginning, and like at the beginning it was quite bumpy. Like the usual screen time that showed up was very close to 24 hours a day because we missed inactive times. A lot of the issues have been fixed by Philip, Sebastian, and myself. but I'm sure there are like still corner cases that are left, and well, any help is very welcome. There are also like design iterations, like mockups for like refinements, and help with that would also be very welcome. This is now a future plan, which is kind of a continuation of well-being. It's closely related, but instead of you yourself trying to force yourself or like nudge yourself towards maybe like a healthier screen usage, it is about actually applying restrictions, well, usually on your kids. So rather than like a friendly reminder, well, maybe take a break, it's, no, you now have to take a break. We are locking the screen and you can't unlock it. Someone else has to do it for you if they, well, if they want to. There's some movement, like who is going to do the work, and there are talks, but like there is no fixed time scale yet. It's definitely a post-49 material. Like there is no actual working code yet. But hopefully it will be, something will be there for GNOME 50. Another future item that is unlikely to make it into 49, because right now there exists like some vague related code experiments just to check for like feasibility of various, like some aspects. We want to make quick settings configurable. The actual useful, like the space, like quick settings are most useful if there are like a limited number. If there's a huge list and you have to like hunt around for the setting you're actually looking for, it's probably, it becomes less useful, like less tiresome, like more tiresome and less useful. So making them configurable allows you to like configure the set of toggles you actually want, or like that you are actively using. I usually enable nightlight and never turn it off, so I probably find to like not having this toggle in the menu. This will also allow us to add more options. Right now, as anything we add is added for anyone, unless it is like hardware dependent. This will allow us like to like, there are like requests for adding stuff like nobody has come up with like a really like better name than caffeine yet. It's basically an inhibition inhibitor. And like another use case would be the accessibility menu, which is currently like a big menu with a lot of options that are all individually important, but no one will need all the options. But particular users will need like particular options. It's very unlikely that someone who depends on a screen reader will also use the on-screen keyboard. So making those, integrating those into quick settings and giving users like, allowing users to pick the exact options they need instead of burying them in like a big menu is probably like helpful, other than the menu currently, like it's still like the old classic menu style that kind of conflicts with the new style that was introduced by quick settings. Then a couple of like not big feature items, but still like items that are like notable. The super key to enter the overview is now, it was limited to like not the super key, but specifically the left super key. And now you can actually set it up to like any super key. This sounds like a very small change, but it was really bigger than you would expect. And this was done by Alessandro Bono. And fixing like a 15-year-old bug, I think. So, yeah. Thank you. We redid the spinner that is used in some places in GNOME Shell. It is essentially a reimplementation of what libadwaita does for its own spinner, just to like not clash with the looks of actually GNOME apps. Windows got like the default placement algorithm for Windows was changed. Like Windows are placed centered by default, although if they're like, if those would like overlap too much, like they still do the tiling stuff, like the cascading, right, thanks, the cascading stuff, but they do it from the center rather than starting out with a mosaic and then suddenly start cascading. Those were the bits that are already in released versions. Now the bits that will be in the upcoming 48 and 49 version. Sebastian mentioned how the screen brightness handling has changed in Matter. GNOME Shell will use like those new APIs for like the existing brightness slider. In addition to that, it will also allow, if you have multiple monitors that support brightness controls, to have both the global brightness to like control the relative brightness between monitors, but also a menu that allows you to like adjust the brightness for individual monitors. Last but not least, on the login screen, we no longer use the accessibility menu from the session, but a more prominent button that uses like a quick settings like menu that is a bit more prominent. It's not like hidden somewhere in the top bar, but in the like right on the screen together with the session selector. And that's it. Any questions?
Do we have any questions?
Thank you. I have no question. I would only thank you for your focus on accessibility, because I am from accessibility team from Red Hat, and I cooperate with Lukáš Trichter and Vojtěch Polášek and other people with visual impairment. And it's really nice to see how you are interested in accessibility, and thank you for that. And I'm looking forward for following improvements and improving situation connected with accessibility. So thank you so much.
We have time for maybe 2 more questions.
There's a lot of bad discussion on the internet about which Wayland protocols are included in which compositors and whether things should be Wayland protocols or not. Do you have any comments on that? I mean, this all seems like such low-level things to me that I don't know why they surface as big arguments on the internet. Is it just gamers not knowing what they're talking about, or?
One common opinion, at least for us, is Wayland is the windowing system, and it's not a general purpose IPC for anything that might be related to anything that is related to the compositor. So we try to limit it to like not concentrate too much functionality just on Wayland, but make it elsewhere if it's possible, to just scale it better and not make it the same kind of mistakes as with X11 and make everything go through the same thing when it doesn't need to. And For example, with input emulation, lib is so much. It's a very nice project, and it's extensible, and it doesn't need to be in a Wayland compositor. It can be in any kind of project that needs input emulation across processes or whatever. And the same with PyFire. If you want to extend screen sharing between something like between apps, but they would use the same kind of plumbing to share content from apps to another app via portals, for example. Then the apps wouldn't need to become a Wayland compositor to extract the pixels from that one. So those kind of philosophies are some of the reasons for the decisions to not make things too concentrated on Wayland.
The Mutter development kit is really cool. The shell development kit. How have you thought about how it can work for extension developers and also how it can work for automated testing?
Maybe not so much for automated testing. The same kind of infrastructure that sits behind it could possibly be, because it's shares the same kind of needs. For extension development, I think it's pretty useful because you can run GNOME shell in it, and it's nicer to use than nested, and it's easier to add the things that you might want with an extension development environment. For example, one thing that I forgot to mention is you can actually press Alt-Tab now in nested. You couldn't do that before, or super, or things like that. Or if you don't have a touch screen, you can emulate touch in the development kit. So if you're an extension developer and you want to support touch, you can, and you don't have a touch screen, you can use that. So it's quite useful for extension development and shell development and Mutter development, anything that goes into there.
Right, maybe I should make an extension.
Okay, thank you so much. If anyone has any other questions, you can ask them afterwards. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thanks for coming, everyone. We're going to start with the next talk, which is state of the portals. And yeah, over to you.
Yeah, thanks for coming. While I was preparing the material for this presentation, I realized that it probably should have been a 20-minute presentation. I don't have that much to say, honestly, but it's the presentation right before the lunchtime, so we're gonna have, I don't know, 10 minutes more for lunch. Let's see. But yeah, thanks for coming. Let's talk about portals today. There isn't that much to talk, but there's actually a few things that are important to highlight here. So let's start with the good news. I didn't realize until I was actually sitting down and preparing this, but we had 9 releases of portals, XG Desktop Portal, over the past year. We had more releases of portals than of GNOME stuff. And somehow it still feels like it was so slow. Most importantly, we had a few unstable releases, so 1.19.0 to 2.4. And then after a year and a half of development, we had the first stable release series, 1.20, and then 1.20.1 to 0.3. This was made, the push to finish this was made specifically because Debian developers were really keen on not having to maintain a 2-year-old portal on Debian 13, I think. I don't quite know what was the latest Debian release, but apparently that's... People were motivated not to maintain legacy software in a stable distro for 5 years. We got a few releases, 9 releases, and you're probably already using the latest one of them. We've got the USB portal. I don't think anybody's using it, but but it exists. Yet, maybe. For those of you who don't know, like USB was the USB work. Part of it was, well, most of it was funded by the STF grant from last year. I started with a prototype by the end of 2023, and then Hubert took over and pushed it to the finish line, and it is actually like a lot of work. So we have a portal, we have an interface that portal backends can implement. So in this case, I'm showing like a screenshot of ashpd, which triggers the GNOME portal. The cool thing about the USB portal is that supposedly it should cover everything that a small app needs, all the way up to what a virtual machine manager needs. So, for example, GNOME boxes, is the new GNOME boxes still going to be called GNOME boxes? Okay. So the new boxes probably could say like, I want to have access to all USB devices on the computer. And then it would be able to let the user select which specific USB devices are injected into the virtual machine. So this one was quite difficult to implement because we need several layers of propagation to make it work, because there are different steps in which an app can use a USB device. So for example, a Flatpak app can declare in its manifest, in its static set of permissions, like, I will be interested in learning if this specific device or these specific devices are connected to the computer. So the portal, knowing that, tells apps like, hey, the device that you're interested, there's 1 of them, or there's 0 of them, or there's 10 of them connected to this computer. The portal will not tell the app about anything else. So that's the first layer of information. If the app actually wants to access this device, the app has to request permission to do that. So we have like the second layer of information, the permission, happens also in accessing the devices. Being able to know if a device is connected to your computer requires a static permission. Actually interacting with that device requires a dynamic permission. So users can disable that, can remove these permissions in real time, or using flat seal, like they have lots of toggles that they can use to verify if the app is behaving as expected. The cool thing about USB Portal having these separate layers of permissions is that it allows, for example, FlatHub reviewers to check if the app is doing something that it should be doing or not. So for example, I wrote a little app for Elgato Stream Deck devices, sorry, called Bosun. And in principle, this app's only meant to access Elgato devices, a subset of Elgato devices actually. And then when I submit my app to FlatHub, when the Flatpak version is recent enough, I will submit this to FlatHub with the right permissions, like this app will be able to access device X, Y, and Z. And FlatHub reviewers will be able to look at that and say, okay, this makes sense. Your app for Elgato devices is requesting access to the Elgato devices. Oh, good. But then, if you're installing a random game on FlatHub and a random game is trying to access all of your USB devices for no reason, then people on the reviewer side of things can say, like, this is not okay. What are you doing here? Why are you requesting these permissions? Or like, your browser can say, like, I don't know, I need only access to, I don't know, USB media devices. But then a website can request something else, like access to your cryptographic keys on YubiKey hardware. It's not supposed to do that. So it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool piece of technology, but I think nobody's using it yet. I'll be happy to hear if someone is actually using it on your app. Another cool thing that we had in the past year was a new website. This is XDG Desktop Portal is a very fundamental piece of the desktop these days. It's also a very fundamentally boring piece of the desktop. So having a cool website with cool graphics makes it look like less of a boring thing. Yeah, so those are the main highlights. A few things that I can't put a screenshot on, but we have a global shortcuts implementation in the GNOME backend of XDG Desktop Portal. I'm not sure if there are apps using the global shortcuts portal, maybe Chromium. There's some interest in OBS Studio folks to actually use this to implement global hotkeys in OBS, but nothing materialized so far. But the implementation is there, so people can use it. We have the notifications v2 portal. So we have a portal for notifications. Apps can use that instead of the free desktop dbus spec that exists. And the v2 version is super cool. It has like features that are super relevant for mobile devices, like sounds for notifications, and a bunch of other categories that I don't quite remember. It was work made by Julian. I don't know if Julian is here. Julian is here, probably not. Julian did that. It was also part of STF work, so yay. I don't think any backend implements the v2 version of the spec yet. Hopefully, the GNOME backend will do that soon. Another cool thing that we had is the host app registry. So now apps that are not sandboxed can behave a little better by telling the portal, like, hey, I am this app with this app ID. This is only meant to be used by apps that are not running in a sandbox. If your app is a Flatpak app, for example, you will not be able to use this. This is just like I'm not going to say temporary because it was merged, so it's going to be here forever, but this is a way to work around the lack of unification in the platform. So we can have like Firefox working a little better now. Thanks to a lot of work from Sebastian, Wick, and the reviews from Peter Hutter, we have a vastly improved test suite. So all of our tests, or most of them, I'm not entirely sure, are now Python-based. I think all of them are. And yeah, it's just a lot nicer to write tests. It's easier to write tests, and it's now an expectation that if you're providing a merge request for XDG desktop portals, you're going to be providing a test or multiple tests to prove that it works. And we have completely reworked the release process. So now it works a lot like GNOME. We just push a tag with a news file updated, and you get a release. In the past, it was remarkably complicated to make a release on XDG Desktop Portal, and also Flatpak. Flatpak is not as streamlined as XDG Desktop Portal, but we're getting there. Now it's just a matter of pushing a tag after updating the news file. I wish we didn't have to update the news file, so we just a tag. I wish we didn't have to push a tag. I wish I could just think and get a release, but here we are. It's better than doing everything manually. And not only we have a new website, we have completely redone documentation as well. So you can see all the portals, you as an application developer can see all of the portals that you can use on your application. And you as a platform, a desktop environment developer, you can see which interfaces you have to implement, you can implement on your portals on your desktop. You can also have like a pretty good glimpse of how the internals of the XDG desktop portal work. In particular, the document portal, which is super complicated, has a fused file system going on. Difficult to understand, multiple layers. Sharing folders is different than sharing files, which is different than sharing. I don't even understand it entirely, but it's documented, so somebody else can understand better than I do, and hopefully help fixing the bugs that are still present in it. So yeah, these are the main highlights. So let's talk about some minutiae on the new stuff. So files that are shared through the portal now have this X attribute set on them. Why is this relevant? So when you use portals to open files, usually the XDG desktop portal is not going to give you a direct access to the file. It's going to put it in a fused file system, which is entirely like, it's not isolated, but it gives a different view of the file system to your app. And then it's going to give you a file descriptor pointing to it. And usually if you're writing a UI app using this, your file path is going to look like /run/something/something else/fd/something. So it's not going to be meaningful. Usually you want to show like the real path, like you open the document in the documents folder, you want to show like document/myfile.txt. So this new attribute gives you that information that you can use on your user interface and show a better path for this thing. Same deal, but using dbus, you have the get host paths. So we can ask for the actual paths of the documents that you have access to. If you pass a file descriptor that this is all based on file descriptors. So if you don't have access to the file, you cannot request information on it. So the whole security story is well-rounded in this particular interaction. You can only request information about things that you have access to. You don't have a file descriptor. If you don't have a file descriptor, there's nothing you can do, basically. We got a few improvements on how the document portal tracks open files and releases them. So that helps a lot with when debugging memory leaks using Valgrind and things like that. We got a few implementations of extra functions in the Fuse file system, like getLock and setLock. This is cool for apps that use SQLite, I don't know how to pronounce that, SQLite, which uses this. And now apps running in a sandbox can properly use SQLite internally without having to break any sandbox or add any custom permissions to use it properly. We also respect ONoFollow, which is a tiny little thing that fixes, I think, a bunch of warnings in Steam. Doesn't change anything, but it's better to run without warnings, right? So these are the document-related new stuff. We got a bunch of new. We got a new property in the print portal. So when you're printing, you use the print portal and you pass a file, usually an internal file. Like you say, like you save a file in a temporary folder and say, like, print a portal, please print this file. Now you can pass which file formats you support. So you can pass a PDF or an image or whatever cups support. And then the print portal is not going to ask you to print into a format that you don't support. This was done as part of the WebKit development of portals in STF as well. So if your app only supports printing to PDF or only supports printing to, there's a print-specific file format that I don't recall the extension. If you only support something, you tell the portal, like, I only support something, and the portal is not going to ask you to print something else. SVG, I think. Got a new method in the OpenURI portal, scheme supported, so you can know your app running inside a sandbox can know if a certain URI scheme is supported by the host system or not, and then adjust the UI according to that. So if you don't have any particular app to open a URI scheme, your app can show, like, yeah, you don't have anything to open this. Click here to help, and then go to, I don't know, website. As I mentioned, the test suite was entirely ported to Python, and the circular libportal and XG desktop portal dependency doesn't exist anymore. Because in the past, we had the tests were implemented using libportal, and libportal required XG desktop portal, and both of them lived in separate repositories. So if you're writing a new portal and you wanted to create an API for that, a C API for that in libportal, you wouldn't be able to write the tests before the API. So you couldn't validate your API until after the whole thing was merged, which is not the right time to validate your API. Usually, you want to make sure things work before they're merged, not after that. So now we don't have a circular dependency. So we can just write a new portal or write a change in a portal and prove that it works with the test suite in Python. And you can also write a separate patch to libportal that doesn't depend on, well, it depends on the XG desktop portal change you're making, but XG desktop portal is not going to depend on the libportal change you're making. That's usually how circular dependencies work, and why they're bad. The USB tests are based on UMockDev. I didn't think writing USB tests on CI was a thing, but apparently it is, and it works remarkably well. The dynamic launcher portal got a few improvements, especially in the validation front. So now you can create, the dynamic launcher portal allows your app to create desktop entries, launchers outside of itself. It is a very security sensitive part of the desktop portal. And now it's a little more robust against these things. Now for the fun part, removals. The device portal is no more. So device portal was added. I don't know how I can explain this. It was a portal that was not meant to be used by apps. It was a portal meant to be used by, for example, Pulse Audio or Pipewire to make the app have a permission. So it was kind of a weird thing upside down, and it is no more. I think we had a branch implementing the device portal in post audio. I don't know if it actually was merged at some point. I think it was Matthias who wrote that, but I don't know if it was actually ever merged. As much as it pains me, this is the only removal we had. I wish we had more. Yeah. Come on, folks. We're not standing to our tradition of removing until we have zero code. Yeah, maybe. We can consider the portal removal quite significant. So I swear to you, I'm almost finishing this. I want to talk about some of the problems that we currently have in XD Desktop Portal. I'm going to prefix this by saying that we're going to have a Flatpak and Portals buff in 2 days from now. It will be amazing if people here who have thoughts, ideas, or have a burning desire to fix everything attend that and just start participating in these discussions. So, as you may have noticed, I said the phrase, nobody's using this, a few times in this presentation. And yeah, I think that's a problem. We're making an API that nobody seems to be using. Why are we doing this? You can think of a number of reasons why it is the case. Like, the time to integrate everything is too high. It is difficult to use these APIs, especially if you're interacting with dbus directly. It is such a pain to use XD Desktop Portal and make sure all the requests go and you have objects, dbus objects on the client side, and you can cancel methods and you can listen for cancellations on the portal side. It's just calling a method, a single method in XD Desktop Portal usually involves 500 lines of code. This is not trivial, and this is why libportal exists. But then libportal doesn't implement API for every single portal that exists, so people are still forced to use the dbus interface directly for some things, which is terrible. It is still too difficult to add new portals. It is a little less difficult now that we don't have a circular dependency on libportal, but it's still very difficult. And you pair that with how can I say this gently? It is not infrequent that developers propose things that are not portals to the portals project. It ties up with the next point that I have here, low quality issues. Just this week, someone was complaining on the issue tracker that the numlock key on their desktop doesn't work. What does it have to do with portals? Nothing. But nobody seems to have clarity on what portals are and what do they serve. I can tell you for sure that portals do not control your numlock key. That's for sure. But users don't know that, and apparently, well, as far as my vibe with the rest of the developer community, developers also don't really understand how it all connects together. So we got a few crazy proposals for things that are not portals. And it's difficult, and we don't have documentation, and we don't have tribal knowledge on this, and we don't have an active work group telling people this is clearly not a portal. And it's very difficult to refute things when it's not clear to us what are portals and what aren't portals. So yeah, it is a situation to manage. I don't know how to manage. If people have ideas, I would love to hear them. Development is slowing down. This is a bit of a problem. Emmanuele was telling that we should queue maintainers. The maintainer inside me was like, finally, there's sweet release of death. It would be better, of course, to have an active group. How did you call it? A group of special interests, or a special group of interests? I don't. An interesting group of specialties. I don't know. But yeah, things work better when they are done in community, not like a single me just not understanding lots of things and blocking everyone else that seems to understand lots of things. Yeah, and we have a maintainership problem. We don't have many people actively reviewing and merging things. The project is difficult, so it is kind of, it sits in that very particular intersection of being difficult to understand, being security sensitive, and having no active maintainership or people with the historical baggage on it. So things are kind of stalling, and we need to make it not stall for the future of the desktop. So yeah, I brought a very good sad tone to finish this presentation. We're gonna have the portals buff, the Flatpak buff in 2 days from now. I hope people interested in this topic can join us, and like we can sit down and figure out some things. And as promised, I didn't take too long, so we have a question and answer section now, hopefully. Thank you.
So one of the problems of slowing down the development and like making maintainers' life harder is that it reconnects to the nobody's using this.
Yes.
So I understand the feeling that some people might have of maintainers are not responsive or there's not enough work going on. But if the problem is validation, then of course there isn't much energy to do anything. So I think one of the things, the main thing to solve is how to tighten the loop between people, like between the portal developers and the toolkit/application developers, to ensure that anything that lands into the desktop portal comes with somebody that's actually trying to implement it, or trying to actually not implement the backend, but implement the consumer of the API. So trying to close that loop, because otherwise you will get a bunch of people proposing random crap on the issue tracker, and then you'll get the architecture astronauts descending and creating this magnificent rarefied air design that nobody cares about.
Yes.
And the wideness of that loop between the implementation and the consumer invites that particular thing. So yeah, I think that the main problem is trying to close up the consumer/developer problem.
Yeah, so maybe something like the Wayland idea of requiring implementations before merging a protocol. Something like that. It's an interesting idea.
Like copying some bits of that. But of course, the other one is iterating desktop portals on a separate, like, experimental namespace, for instance. So you get like no stability promise for a specific subset, that it's still exported inside it. But that becomes complicated because there's no, like, you need to have some discoverability capabilities inside the API so that application can like degrade their functionality as well. Yeah. So, but I think like poaching some of the things that the Wayland community discovered over the years into the desktop portal might be a good plan.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just take one question online and then I'll get back. Being an Android user, I find the permission management, sound, microphone, camera, etc. totally seamless, even for a novice user. In GNOME Flatpak environment, though technically sound, I feel the permission management for Flatpak apps is not as seamless for a desktop user as they should. Do you have any comments?
Yeah, someone should make it better. The difficulty is how and who, not the motivation. The motivation exists.
Okay.
So is there like a fix for the fact that, for example, when you open like some kind of project file, the application only has access to that file and not to the rest of the folder, because there might be some use cases for that?
Yeah, there is a thread with, I think we crossed the 1,000 comment mark, and nobody can agree on anything on the internet. So we still don't know how to fix that. And people who could know on the design side would never be able to fight the beast that is the documents portal. How do we make that work? I don't know as well.
Also, I guess nobody knows also how to implement like a permission prompt for accessing files, like instead of having a static permission in the actual startup permissions.
Yeah, people have talked about it in the past, but nothing happened after that as well.
Okay, thank you.
So currently, the way one of the principles of portal development is that we should try to avoid the yes/no permission, because this is a well-known like usability issue where if you just add like, do you allow this? Do you allow that? Do you allow this? Do you allow? You're just training users to click yes every time without even knowing what's going on. So for example, file selection, the act of selecting a file is the permission. Or screencasting, the act of selecting a screen is the permission to share the screen, because you can just opt out. You can say no, cancel. So you don't have the, do you allow this app to share, to read your screen? Yes and no. This is, and one of the problems is that with the file selection thing is that it is very difficult to express in an API like, I want to allow this file, I want the user to select a file, and also a file with the same name and a different extension if it exists, and maybe in a subfolder or not. Maybe in a parent folder. So how do you express this in an API? There are thousands of comments and people with grandiose ideas on how that should work, but I don't think anybody at this point has sat down and implemented something that works. Just, you know, people are just fantasizing about solutions and not making them concrete. I don't know how to fix that as well. It's a classic case of if somebody actually knew how to fix this, we wouldn't be having the discussion because it would be fixed.
Yeah, I mean, one of the issues there is that like we have no one who understands.
I cannot hear you.
Sorry. So one of the problems is that we have no one who understands the document portal. I think you kind of said something similar. Wayne. And like Alex Larson wrote this, and I think no one else like from then on worked on it or picked up on the details. And it's like really hard to like validate if something would work without actually just implementing it there. So you can have as many ideas as you want, but like if we can't implement it and test it out and see how it's working actually for applications, it's kind of useless. Like it's like a discussion we don't need to have. But yeah, it attracts a lot of people because it's actually like a real blocker for people apparently. But on the other hand, you can always like open the entire folder it's contained in, and that's something we support, right? We can open an entire folder from the portal, but a lot of applications just don't use the portals at all and like don't implement any kind of portal access and just go through static permissions, and that's an issue, right? So it could be much better already if applications started like taking this seriously. but a better solution is really hard to find, I would say. A better solution is kind of really hard to find without us being able to change the document portal.
Legend says that now that Hubert wrote documentation for it, Hubert now understands it. But then we would have to take Hubert's brain and spread across this room. It's very difficult. Or lock Hubert in a cage and make them continue working on it. This hasn't happened so far.
Coming back to the whole people are not adopting the new portals. There's also the whole issue with like backwards compatibility. That is like everything takes a long time to propagate. Like there are people on Ubuntu, I don't know what, and Debian something, and they're running like the portals from 5 or more years ago. So like as an application developer, you can't depend on them. Like you have to always have like some kind of fallback, and that's kind of awful. So yeah, I don't know a good solution to that either. But it makes
fundamentally the difficulty is that these things happen on the host system, and they are enabling apps to have a fast-moving environment. But the tools themselves are not fast-moving, so we can't really make the tools do grandiose stuff without like massive round-trip times. So you make something in Flatpak, you get a release, and then 5 years later it shows up in Debian. And by that time, nobody's using it anymore. Nobody cares about it.
Hey, since he brought up a distribution, I'm the Fedora project leader.
Okay.
When's that BOF?
It's happening in 2 days from now. It's the first BOF.
Okay. I have thoughts on how we can do this in a way where we use I hate to use the word, the middleman that is the distribution. Maybe we can get in the middle there.
Lovely.
And actually have a reason for us to work with Flatpaks. But there's an opportunity here. It's a challenge that can be an opportunity.
It's fun because I had the same question initially before Sebastian wrote it, but like I was curious if there's like any thoughts on like how to address the issue that we not only need an implementation in the portals, in the toolkits, in the applications, then we also need to wait for the Flatpak release to propagate to an old enough distribution, and then the applications can update to require the newer Flatpak release. It's like it's the same problem we always had for like decades, but I have no idea I'm curious if you have like any thoughts on
what can you do about it. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
We need to sit down with distributions and say, hey, please, for the love of all that's good and beautiful, update our packages as fast as you can.
Yeah, please update Flatpak.
Yes.
Any more questions? Okay.
So one of the other things that I think we kind of failed with portals is the idea that it's a kind of cross desktop environment thing, right? Like KDE is implementing the backends when they're there, but I don't think they're very much involved in like the front end part, like the portal part itself. It's all based on like GNOME technologies, and like you can't really fault them for that, I guess. But I feel like that's one of the things that I find very problematic, and probably also the reason why it's so hard for us to get to a lot of places, because we're not managing to like bring the other desktop environments with us. And I don't know. Like,
I mean, KDE developers have been at least reacting to the things, which is a lot better than the situation in 3 years ago, where we just did things and then hoped nothing would explode out of it. So like it is a lot better now that we can bring like David or there's a couple of other KDE developers around that we can just ping and they say, yeah, we're good with that, or no, maybe we should do this and that. And not only that, but they also reported bugs and fixed bugs already. So like not entirely a GNOME only show. They did the global shortcuts portal as well. That's right. They did the global shortcuts.
A very newcomer question, but what makes the document portal so different from other portals? What makes it so scary, impossible to understand, and basically a thing that everybody tries to run away from, what it seems?
So part of the problem is the problem domain, the problem that it's trying to fix. part of the problem is the implementation of it. So we have, if you look at the repository, XTG Desktop Portal, you're going to see that we have two main executables. XTG Desktop Portal with all of the portals, and XTG Document Portal. They are separate portals. They are separate executables. What it does is that it sets up a fuse file system where when you select a file, it talks to this document portal, say like, hey, I want to expose this to this app. And then it puts that file in the fuse file system in a very particular way that is complicated, and saves a permission in the permission registry. Like, this app can now access this file. So it's in the intersection, it intersects knowledge that we don't have, I don't think anyone currently has. Fuse file systems, permissions, system daemons, session daemons, and portals. I don't think there's any developer here that has expertise in all of these areas at the same time, except Alex Larson, who wrote the whole thing. But then Alex sailed away into the sunset, and we're like, okay, we're orphaned now. We have to figure this out. So it is very complicated. The part where it organizes the permissions and the files in a particular structure within Fuse, the user file system. That is the thing that we don't have much expertise on. And it would be lovely to have like Fuse experts around, because one of the things we don't have, for example, is file monitoring. So if you open a file in the GNOME text editor, and that's a Flatpak file, comes from the document portal, and you open it in another app and change it, the text editor will not be able to see that something changed on that file. And that's a Fuse limitation. And we don't know how to fix that. And I cannot hear. Yeah, our implementation of the Fuse thing doesn't support that. And I don't think anybody knows how to make that happen currently. In the current developer contributor pool, I don't think anybody does, because if anybody knew, it wouldn't be a problem. Somebody saw. Say that again? Is there that we can use? Who knows? We can try. Did you do that? Okay.
Sorry, we can't take any more questions.
All right. I promised 10 minutes and I couldn't give you 10 minutes. Sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. There are two important announcements. One, a newcomers lunch is being organized by Jordan and Felipe. You can meet them near the registration desk. And the second thing, we have lots of spots for lightning talks for today and for tomorrow, so you can also sign up for that at the registration desk.
Hey, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We now have Michael Catanzaro presenting us Stop Subverting Sandboxes. Please, Michael, go on. Good luck.
Hi, everyone. So good to see you again, or for the first time, if this is your first GUADEC. So we got a bit of a light room today because most people are still out to lunch, but that's okay. I've got plenty of information to share with those of you who are here. So the title of my talk, Stop Subverting Sandboxes. This talk is not only going to be about sandboxes. I want to give some more general information about GNOME security as well. But we will talk about sandboxes as well. So first of all, I want to give some updates from security team, what we've been working on over the past year since my last talk at GUADEC. Then, after we do that, I'm going to revisit some of the points we discussed last year. For those of you who saw my presentation last year, if you didn't, don't worry. That's not necessary. But I'm going to cover the information a bit differently this time. So last year I talked a lot about memory safety. This year we'll skip over that and talk more about everything else. So first of all, updates from security team. What have we been doing in the last year? The biggest and most notable change is that GNOME now has a security bug bounty program. So this was launched in September or August. It's sponsored by the Sovereign Tech Resilience Program of Germany's Sovereign Tech Agency. So it's affiliated with the Sovereign Tech Agency runs the Sovereign Tech Fund. They run the Sovereign Tech Resilience Program. This is a separate pot of money they have for us, not related to the STF grant. But they've been very generously helping us with tracking down. They're paying bug hunters to report security issues to us. So far, we have 108 security vulnerabilities reports. We've paid 83,000 euro for 26 of them, and then the rest of them are mostly spam. We get a lot of spam vulnerability reports. A little bit unfortunate. If you've been following Linux news, every once in a while, Daniel's, I don't want to get his name wrong, the curl maintainer. The curl maintainer will often blog about how annoyed he is by AI-generated vulnerability reports because libcurl has its own vulnerability reporting program similar to ours. It's a pretty big problem as soon as you start offering money in exchange for security vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, some people will take advantage of that and they'll spam you with fake bug reports. It used to be that when we would receive a spam bug report, the bug, we've always received spam security bug reports. This goes back long before the bug bounty program. Starting, well, not always, 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. But normally spam bug reports are easy to see. Like every year or two, we'll get a bug report, someone complaining that the admin directory is visible on downloads.gnome.org. That's where we host administration software, like ancient open source administration software. It's not a security vulnerability. It's supposed to be there. That's just where we release starballs. Every once in a while, we get bug reports that, oh, your GitLab instance is public. We can see your source code. So, I mean, yeah, right? So the GitLab API is available, slightly more sophisticated issue report. Okay, but you can only, if you don't have authentication, if you're not authorized to use the API to do stuff, you can only view public stuff, so it's not a problem, right? Stuff like that. But recently, now that we started offering money, the spam reports are getting much, much, much more convincing. They look almost identical to real security issue reports. You cannot tell the difference until you dive in and try to reproduce the issue. And that's where the spam bug reports start to run into problems because the reporters are not doing even the most basic due diligence here. So For instance, I got a bug report months ago. The reporter, their proof of concept program didn't compile. That's actually not uncommon. It happens all the time. They'll submit a bug report and the proof of concept program just doesn't build at all. Or if it does build, often the security bug will turn out to be a bug in the proof of concept program, like you unref something once too many times and then you complain, oh no, there's a use after free. Well, yeah, because you destroyed the object yourself. That's not a bug in GNOME. So yeah, the AI-generated spam is very convincing. Let me peek ahead to the next slide. All right, the good news is the Sovereign Tech Resilience Program is very generously sponsoring Yes We Hacked triage team to triage the issues for us. So once I take the workflow is I'll look over the issue first and make sure it looks sane, and then I'll just wait. I'll wait for the triage team to take a look at it, and then they're usually the first ones to realize that the bug report is spam. So that saves me a lot of time. Thank you very much to them. So yeah, we've had mixed success with the bug bounty program thus far. Some of the vulnerabilities that have been reported to us have been pretty serious. Most of them have not been pretty serious. We've been taking a look at the best ways to structure the program to make sure we're getting the most value for the money that the public funds that are being used here to improve our security. And that's a work in progress. I don't think we're quite there yet, but that's something that we're looking into. The program scope, unfortunately, is still very limited. We're only accepting bug reports for glib networking, libsoup. Of course, we get lots of bug reports from people who don't read the program scope. Those are easy to close. We are looking to expand the scope of the program. If you have a particular module that you think would be good to add to the program, talk to me about it. It's not as easy to expand the scope as it was when we created the program. The Sovereign Tech Agency wants separate applications for every GNOME program that we add, so we can't just add anything that we want to add. But if it's worth taking an hour of your time to write up a short little application, then we can probably get your program added to the program. Denial of service vulnerabilities. We've paid a lot of money for denial of service vulnerabilities. Denial of service meaning a security issue where you just crash the program and there's no other security impact. So you can't hack, quote unquote, anybody via denial of service issue. Quite important if you're running like server infrastructure. Not so important for GNOME desktop users, right? So for us, this is a denial of service bug in libsoup that could be used to annoy a user. No one would ever go to the effort of exploiting such an issue. So yeah, after spending too much money on those, we decided to just remove it from program scope, and that problem is solved now. So I wanted to give some special thanks, Sani, for setting this up in the first place. It's thanks to him that we got this program, Tobias, and also Tara from the Sovereign Tech Agency, who's been helping run it and approving the bounty payouts. Next thing I want to talk about, tracking GNOME vulnerabilities. So I started working on this 5 years ago. Before that, we don't know how many security vulnerabilities existed in GNOME because we didn't keep track of it anywhere. We've got 3 ways to support security issues. You can, if you have a GitLab account, most of you do, you can just report it directly to our GitLab project. There's a link to the project on security.gnome.org, which Emmanuele set up. Thank you, Emmanuele. It's just a WordPress site with a little web form that you can use if you don't have a GNOME GitLab account. You can use to report security issues directly to the security team, and that creates a service desk issue on GitLab, which is quite convenient. So that's the workflow that most people who are not GNOME developers use to report security issues to us. The final option for reporting a security issue is add the security GitLab label to the issue, and then hope I don't fail to notice the email notification that I'll receive when you do that. Now, the reason why I want to talk so much about reporting security issues is simple. I suspect most maintainers are not reporting security issues. Quite frequently, I'll encounter security bugs that quite obviously have security impact that have not been reported to us, which is unfortunate. I sure would like to know about as many of them as possible. So when you receive an issue report, or when you find a crash in your program, think about it for a little bit. It's probably not worth reporting denial of service issues to security team. But if you've got a use after free, if you got out of bounds, read or write, that's almost always worth reporting. We sure would like to know about those. Now, here's the most important part of my talk. Right now, the bus factor in security team is too low. I'm doing most of the work myself. This is not a desirable state. It sure would be nice to have at least one, or even better, two more people to share this workload with. Fortunately, it's not too much because we're not going around fixing security issues. That's work. We expect project maintainers to fix issues. I'm just trying to keep track of them. So we want to keep the wiki page updated. I've got a wiki page on the release engineering repo where we keep track of all the security vulnerabilities that have been found. And it's just kind of annoying because I'm updating it manually. Probably should write some automation to keep track of things, but right now it's all manual. I try to add every issue that's reported. I try to mark them as closed when the issue's fixed. I try to add CVE identifiers. I try to request CVEs because it's really annoying. If I don't request CVEs myself, then somebody else will, some anonymous person on the internet, and they won't tell me about it, and then we discover it months later. That's frustrating. We might accidentally wind up with 2 CVEs, so it's better to just request them ourselves. So yes, I sure could use help with keeping the wiki page updated, watching the incoming issue reports. We don't get too many anymore now that denial of service vulnerabilities are out of scope. We've also, I've discouraged one of the biggest AI bug spammers from reporting further issues to the bug bounty program. So that's also helping reduce time. But although the volume is not too great, it's still not good to have a dependency on one single person. So if you're an established GNOME contributor, this is one of the few areas of the project where we're not looking for newcomers. But if you've got a few contributions in GNOME already, you would probably be a good candidate for this if you're interested. Stretch goals. It would be nice to start doing security advisories, which is different from updating a wiki page, because with the wiki page, I'm not sending out notices when new issues are discovered. So distros are kind of at their own devices to pay attention and notice anything new that gets added to the page, which is hard to do when I find the bug reports years later and add it to the years old section of the wiki page. If we had security advisories, then we could have like a ongoing addition of, distros could be confident that if they've looked at the latest security advisories, they have not missed anything, which is not possible today. Another stretch goal would be to become a CV numbering authority. I looked into this last year. The goal behind being able to issue our own CVs is to stop other people from issuing bogus CVs. So far, I don't think it's not worth doing this so long as it's only me working on GNOME security. It's a considerable amount of additional work required to become a CNA, and we only occasionally receive bogus CVs. So the work of dealing with the occasional bogus CV does not outweigh the benefit of, does not outweigh the cost of becoming a CNA and having to issue all the CVs yourself. But this would be good to do in the long term. All significant open source projects, all open source projects that have a significant number of security vulnerabilities, they really need to become a CNA and handle the CVs themselves. It's a trend that started a year or two ago. I think after the bogus CVs reported against some toolchain components that didn't matter. Like, no one cares about a use after free in your compiler, right? So anyway, so those are things we could work on if we had more people, but as long as it's just me, I'm not planning to do that. All right, now for the second half of my talk, Security 101. If you weren't paying attention to the first half of my talk, now would be a good time to start paying attention. So, the first thing I want to say, this is actually, this might be I know I said the most important slide was the help me slide, but this might be the most important slide in my talk. The threats that computer security people are primarily focused on are not actually the threats that are most dangerous to users. The primary threats nowadays are Trojans and phishing, which nothing I do is going to help protect you against. So a Trojan is probably the scariest threat, and who is more vulnerable to Trojans than software developers? We are at highest risk here because we like to download code from the internet and execute it. We also like to do things like run Meson build, Meson setup, which executes anything in the build system. We'd better really trust that project we're building because it can do anything to our computers. If the build system is not trustworthy, then I mean, no amount of fixing memory safety issues is going to help you if you've got spyware installed in your computer because you ran Meson build on a project that was malicious. Now, the good news is I've never heard of any developer ever being compromised from running Meson build. So why am I talking about it? Because it's going to happen sooner or later. Another common source of Trojans would be pip packages or npm packages, programming language package managers. I'm not sure why. I guess it's because they're popular with a very large number of developers. Programming language packages are particularly risky. You have to be really sure that you trust the packages that you're installing, including all of their transitive dependencies. So this has been an issue, especially last year. Last year, we had a problem with secret agents from North Korea giving fake job interviews to American and European programmers. So as part of the job interviews, they'd ask you to install this npm package and do some programming exercise. Well, it's all a ruse. It's not a real job. They're just trying to get you to install the malicious package, and then they've got the backdoor in your computer. So yeah, that's not something that GNOME security can help protect users from. Phishing, another common problem. The good news is because we're all software developers, we're really smart, so we know we're not going to be victims of phishing, right? No. So I entered my github.com password into a fake github.com. That's the thing that I did a couple years ago. That was a little bit scary. Why, Michael, why are you visiting a fake github.com? Well, somehow it managed to appear higher than the real github.com in my search results, or whatever I was searching for at the time. So what happened? The first thing I noticed was that I wasn't signed into GitHub like I normally am. So that should have been my first warning sign, but then I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, maybe my cookies expired or something. Like, that doesn't actually happen, but that's what I thought. And then I went to the login page and I noticed that, oh, my web browser didn't autofill my username and password like it normally does. It's supposed to do that, right? So that should have been the second warning sign, but instead of thinking that, what I thought was, oh no, the autofill is broken again. I've got to debug the autofill yet again. I have to do that more often than you'd think. Unfortunate. Yeah, so in that case, I got quite lucky because the attack almost succeeded. The only thing that the attacker would have needed to do to win in that scenario, once they had my username and password, which they got, the only thing they needed to do was redirect me to the real github.com, and then I would never have noticed. It would have just been compromised forever. But the attacker didn't do that, so I noticed right away. They just took me to a broken page instead of all they needed was one redirect, and they would have won. So that's pretty scary, right? So be careful. How can we defend against phishing? There is good news. It's completely preventable. All we need to do is use passkeys instead of traditional two-factor authentication. TOTP, HOTP, it's phishable, right? You enter your two-factor authentication into the phishing page. Actually, this fake github.com didn't bother to implement that. They were just going after people who didn't have two-factor authentication enabled at all. Yeah, the traditional two-factor authentication just doesn't work. But passkey-based authentication completely prevents phishing. There's no way to bypass it, assuming the website is implemented correctly. So look into passkeys. Consider looking into it. Also, do as I say, not as I do, because Epiphany WebKit GTK does not support passkeys at all. So I've never used them before, don't know how well they work, but if they're available for you in your browser, Firefox or Chrome, maybe look into that. So yeah, so those are the most severe threats that users face, and that's all I have to say about them, because other than mentioning that passkeys exist, I can't help you, right? What I have to talk about is memory safety, which is still relevant. It's not as big a threat as it used to be, because it's becoming harder and harder to exploit memory safety vulnerabilities. Tool changes are better. We have got better tools to detect memory safety problems. Attackers, most importantly, attackers like to take the path of least resistance. So why go to the trouble of exploiting a memory safety vulnerability when you can work on Trojans or phishing instead and compromise more developers in less time? But it is still an issue. For example, as a WebKit developer, I have to worry about the iPhone users. Some of you might have them in your pockets. An iPhone 0-day is very valuable. I think like 10 years ago, they passed the $1 million mark, is what you get paid if you sell your iPhone exploit to an exploit broker. I don't know what those are worth today. So memory safety, we've got our unsafe programming languages, we got our safe programming languages. If you're a software developer, you know this already, but for anyone who's not, C, C++, Vela, very unsafe. Safe languages, JavaScript, Python, Rust. In an unsafe language, when you make a mistake in your program, a simple bug, you're off by 1 in your loop or your array index or whatever. Simple mistakes that we make all the time allow nation-state attackers to take full control of our users' computers. That's the consequence for your double free or your array index out of bounds. The nation-state attacker gets to take control of your user's computer. It's a ridiculously disproportionate consequence. And yeah, our programs are full of these mistakes. We've never written a proper C or C++ program ever, I'm sure, unless it's completely trivial. In practice, GNOME software is full of memory safety issues. I wrote on this slide, 80% of vulnerabilities are memory safety issues. I kind of just made up that number, and I resolved that before the talk I would look it up and see what the internet actually has to say about it. So what I actually did was I started looking through the list of security issues I've tracked on the GNOME wiki, and I started counting them up, and I decided, okay, 82% of vulnerabilities are memory safety issues. So that's a pretty good guess. 82% of the vulnerabilities reported since the start of this year. So that should give you an idea of how prevalent this is. So attacking is hard. Whoops, sorry. Attacking is hard. I'm a defender. I don't know much about attacking. I've just got to assume that every memory safety error is a security vulnerability. They all are security vulnerabilities. The question is it exploitable or not? I don't know how to determine that. But the most basic information that you need to know, if you've got a write error, you're writing out of bounds, that could potentially be used to write an exploit. Or if you're using memory after it's been freed, that could be a potential exploit. Read errors, on the other hand, they're never directly exploitable, but they can be used to make it easier to exploit write errors. Lastly, I want to mention null pointer dereference. These are very common. If you see a null pointer dereference, then the program execution just terminates immediately. So nothing bad can happen after that, other than the fact that the program has stopped running. So for servers, infrastructure components, this is quite bad. For personal desktops, you don't really care so much. Technically, if you're a security researcher and you report one of these to me, then I have to treat it seriously as a security issue, but most GNOME users don't really care. So I've listed some high-risk applications here, things I think are most likely to be exploited. I'm particularly scared about anything using GStreamer. That's probably the single riskiest component of our stack. Poplar is extremely scary. Fortunately, it's only used by papers and events. libsoup is scary. libxml2 and libxslt are scary, and they're in your web browser. So that's why you should care about those. FontStack is scary. Yeah, our errors have serious non-hypothetical consequences for our users. So in the past, we know a memory safety vulnerability in GStreamer has been exploited to take control of a criminal user's computer. That one was exploited by law enforcement, so the attack in that situation was pretty sympathetic. But if law enforcement can do it, then rogue nation states can do it as well, and they will. It's only a matter of time, because Linux is becoming more and more popular, right? If you're watching StatCounter, we're up to 5% global desktop market share now, which is pretty impressive. If you don't trust StatCounter, then rest assured they might be off by a constant amount, but they're not off by an order of magnitude. The trend is real. So Linux is much more popular than it was just a few years ago, and as we continue to become more and more popular, we're going to attract more and more attention from nation-state attackers. Once upon a time, maybe 20 years ago, when you were running Windows on your desktop PC, computer viruses were a threat, right? You would visit a dodgy website, and oh no, it would download a virus to your computer, and the virus would replicate. And okay, so we're not so worried about that anymore. Nobody cares about attacking individual laptops en masse. And the cyber criminals, they're not out to attack as many users as possible. Why? Because the Internet of Things exists. If you want to build a botnet, you're just going to go after TVs and routers or whatever connected devices don't receive security updates. Your laptop receives security updates, so it's not worth going after. Attackers take the passive least resistance. They don't care about your laptop anymore. But unfortunately, because we're software developers, we are at risk of receiving notice from nation-state attackers, and that risk increases as the popularity of Linux increases. So we've already had a couple incidents where nation-state attackers have targeted individual Linux software developers and also privacy tool software developers. It's really only a matter of time before they start coming after GUADEC attendees. So we don't have any evidence that that's happened today, but it's going to happen eventually. And that's one of the things that concerns me. So this is my last slide on memory safety, I think. Oh no, I've got another slide on memory safety. This is the summary of, this is a slide where I try to convince you how hard it is to write safe code. In the audience, if you see the bug in this program, raise your hand. All right, we've got one. Oh, but you don't have a microphone, so you can't tell me what the bug is. Well, say it and I'll repeat it. It's not disconnected. The signal handler is not disconnected. That's absolutely correct. So object B emits a signal, some signal callback runs, and well, too bad, object B is gone. It's destroyed already. There's nothing here to disconnect the signal when object B is destroyed. So the fix for that is to use gsignal_connect object instead of gsignal_connect. Why am I showing you this? Because I see it all the time. Like every week or two, they see this class of bugs, sometimes many instances of this class of bug. This is just one of the common programming errors that I've documented on my blog. If you want to see more of them, just go to my blog, search for common GLib programming errors. There's a link at the top of the page. Last year at GUADEC, I presented you a bunch more examples of this. I don't want to run through all the same examples again, but it's so easy to mess up, right? That's it. That's a use after free vulnerability. That's what the nation states are looking for. Well, depending on what happens in a do something. They're looking for bugs that allow them to write significantly out of bounds, probably. But this is an example of what we want to avoid. And we're going to fail to do so. We don't have the tools to detect it. So yeah, sandboxing helps us avoid this mistake. Other ways, I'm running a little low on time, so I don't have, I can't talk in as much detail as I wanted to about this. But toolchain hardening, so when distros build programs, they're more secure than when you build the program yourself because distros add hardening flags. I don't know why this is, toolchain developers don't use secure defaults, but they don't. So that's something to think about. But yeah, programs built on FlatHub on distros don't have that problem. We use hardening flags there. Sandboxing is really important because, well, actually, I'll get back to that later. Let me speed run through these first. Static analysis, dynamic analysis, fuzzing. when we use these security tools to find errors in our programs, when we run these tools on our continuous integration, then the tools are always running whenever we make commits to our code. So static analysis tools like scan build, it's not as good as Coverity, but it can find good bugs. So it's worth hooking that up in your CI if you have an hour or two to spare to try to work on that. Dynamic analysis is a little trickier because it's no good unless you have tests. Dynamic analysis runs at runtime. You have to have tests to execute your code, or it's not doing any good for you. But if you do have some tests, dynamic analysis is great. Jordan added address sanitizer and undefined behavior sanitizer to GNOME OS Basic CI recently. So if your software component happens to use that very simplified CI environment, then you've got it already, and you might have noticed some of the bugs it's found. Most of GNOME does not use that, unfortunately, and it's going to require some manual work to enable. But if you've got time, you can really make a big difference by just adding sanitizers to your project. It's adding static analysis as well. This is the most bang for the buck that you could possibly get to improve security of your project. Another thing I want to promote would be enabling assertions in production. So this is a little controversial because some of us like to use assertions only in debug builds, but just based on the general quality of GNOME code, I know our code is a lot better than it was a decade ago, but we still have a lot of assertion failures, and they very often occur prior to security bugs, like use after freeze or buffer overflows. So enabling assertions is a really good idea. The best assertions are the criticals from gcritical. If you have an application, set glog, set always fatal. It will make your application crash more often at first, for the first few weeks or months. But in the long run, it's going to be a huge benefit to not only security, because criticals very often precede a security bug, but also robustness, because once your application crashes, your users will report the crash, and hopefully you'll have a chance to fix the crash. So it's also much easier to debug problems when your code crashes with a stack trace instead of just failing mysteriously at runtime with log statements complaining about the use after freeze. All right, we have, excuse me. So the next bullet point here is FILC. I don't have time to talk about FILC now, but suffice to say, it's an experimental way to keep writing C and C++ without memory safety vulnerabilities, something I intend to look into in the coming months. So this might be potentially useful for us. Consider using safe languages if you're starting a new project. Applications, you're pretty much limited to Python and GJS, but if you're, and Rust. But libraries, you're really just limited to Rust. That's your only choice for a popular safe language. All right, I wanted to talk a bit about supply chain security. Your application is only as secure as its least secure dependency. So if you get like a Flatpak manifest, update your bundled dependencies regularly, please. Memory safety doesn't matter at all if just one dependency is malicious. Why am I talking about this? Historically, GNOME has been pretty good from bundled dependencies perspective, but nowadays we're using a lot of Rust in our applications. Rust completely eliminates memory safety issues. I love that. So 80% of our security vulnerabilities are just gone. They don't happen in Rust. But, well, Rust applications, and although Rust, the language, is good, I'm pretty nervous about how we're using it in GNOME, because Rust is the only programming language we use where we use the programming language package manager. And just in this case, it's Cargo. We don't do this with GJS, JavaScript. We don't use NPM. We don't use PyPy for IGObject. Cargo is the only programming language package manager we use. And in practice, well, it's kind of a doozy. So this is something for Rust developers to talk to yourselves about. Sophie has a Cargo vet project where she's gone and tried to investigate some of these dependencies. But suffice to say, this is a lot of dependencies. And if any one of them is malicious, if it's Trojaned, then no other aspect of security matters at all, right? So This has got me nervous. I don't have any solutions. I don't have any proposals, but think about this before you use cargo in your project. All right. Yeah, so a CV in a shared library generally requires one distro update to fix. The same CV in one of your bundled REST dependencies is going to be a nightmare because we have to update every single package that depends on it. All right, so the Flatpak sandbox. Unfortunately, I spent all my time that I should have been using to prepare for this talk spent writing a blog post. So instead, I'm just going to give a very high level and very brief, because I'm short on time, unfortunately, very high level overview here. The Flatpak sandbox allows, it's a contained environment where once your application is exploited, it can't do anything bad to this host system unless the exploit author also has a separate vulnerability called a sandbox escape. So instead of exploiting one vulnerability, you have to exploit two. And the good news is sandbox escapes are rare and they're generally hard to exploit. So yeah, if we could please think about this before adding static permissions to your apps, that sure would be great. Here's an example of a typical app on FlatHub. The sandbox is worthless because we've given it full file system read-write access. Now, unfortunately, it's not always possible to remove these permissions because they will often break the functionality of our applications. And this is what we need to fix. So if you attended George's talk on portals earlier today, the XDG desktop portal, this is the project that's going to help us make desktops much, much more secure for our users. But it's not good enough yet, and we need more work on the portals, a lot more work. So if you're interested in this, this would be a really great way to get involved in GNOME software development. I think the file system access is the first problem we're going to need to work on because a lot of applications need to be able to open more than one file at a time, and none of those applications can be sandboxed at all until we get this solved. We got much more work to do in other portals as well. So unfortunately, I'm out of time. So I think this is the end anyway. One more slide. You can read the slide. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry that was a little bit chaotic, but I hope you maybe consider some of what I have to say. Think about reporting those security issues to security team. You can just add the security label if you're not sure or not. It doesn't hurt. Think about the value of the sandbox. Think about the value of static analysis in particular. If you got C and C++ programs, I'd really appreciate it. Have a nice GUADEC.
usability issues on this one.
Yeah. So we have a talk on GTK test by the founder. So yeah.
Hi. Thank you. So I wanted to give this talk because I see this thing a lot in our code in GNOME. We have a bunch of GTK apps. The long-standing apps, the ones that endure over the years, get more and more complex over time. They effectively become legacy code, and very few of them have tests, internal tests, unit tests, integration tests. And from the apps I have looked at, that happens because of the way we have historically written them. When you're first learning GTK, you cut and paste some bits of code from other applications or from the GTK manual, and none of that tells you how to do tests for GUI code. Now we have OpenQA, which is like the very, very, very last place where you can do testing, which is you screenshot your GUI, you compare it against a non-good version, but then you have to simulate the events and the keystrokes and the mouse positions, and it's very messy. And for more, immediate testing, when you're writing your application, you need unit tests. We all know that. Most of us have written unit tests for our very algorithmic, very low-level code, but that's very far away from the GUI code. So how do we go from a GUI app to a GUI app with internal tests to make the thing easier to maintain? Let alone more bug-free, but just easier to maintain, because once you have tests, you can refactor fearlessly, blah, 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 blah. How do we do that? So we write an application. We are, reasonably competent programmers. We make it work for some definitions of work. And what usually works is the happy path in the application works. When the files exist, when the network is happy, when you only feed your app a little data with a setup very similar to yours. That's why everybody loves Flatpak. When things are going through the happy path in your code, it tends to work because you actually tested that by using it, your own application. But when you run into the error paths or into the exceptions, or something's not right, or you want to simulate a network error, and how do you do that? So things tend to break in those cases. So for this talk, I want to talk about two applications where I refactored traditionally written GTK code into code that is easier to test because the logic is completely separate from the GUI, and so it's testable. So let's talk about GNOME crosswords. There is this book called Working Effectively with Legacy Code by Michael Feathers. I've talked about this book before on my GUADEC talks from previous years. And the main thesis of that book is that legacy code is code without tests. That's all legacy code is about, right? Why is code without tests legacy code? Well, because without tests, you don't know the assumptions under which that code was written. You cannot refactor things and have a guarantee that you won't break the code. It becomes this mass of, lost context that you must then recover before you can make any changes to it, and that's really hard to do. So refactoring is like gardening, right? You do not tear out your whole garden and replant it in a single step. You remove a few weeds here, you improve the soil a bit there, cut some flowers here, you pick up the fruit here. It's a constant process of cleaning up stuff and maintaining it in a pretty state. Before I start diving into the code, this is going to be a very code-heavy talk. I want to give you a little terminology within the crosswords application, just so you know what I'm talking about. The crosswords game is by Jonathan Blandford. He might be around, or he might be outside. Oh, he's there. So crosswords is great. It's really pretty. And My friend JRB here, I worked with him since over 20 years ago, and he has the ability to write applications that are really cozy to use. I love that thing about his code. And over the years, I've noticed that I'm not so good at that. I'm much better at gardening the internals of the code, you know, pulling weeds and cutting down rotten trees and that sort of thing. Anyway, crosswords. The main widget in the crosswords application is called Play Grid. A grid is just the, you know, the crossword grid with all the cells, the rows and columns. And each one of the cells inside that grid is called a play cell widget. Play, the prefix play is our namespace for things related to the game. So play grid is the whole grid, play cell are the cells. And each cell can be in a different state, or it can be painted with a different style. So the cells with a white background are normal cells, nothing special about them. As you move the cursor within the crossword, you'll have the current clue, the current word selected, or the space for the current word, that's the current clue. So that's highlighted in yellow, you know? So in there, if you can see the little number on the left, it's 4 across, the clue for 4 across is highlighted because it's the current one you're solving. And the cursor is in the blue cell, and it has the state focused. So as you move with the arrow keys, you move the blue cursor, and the current word or the current clue changes to yellow, and the current cursor changes to blue, right? So let's start looking at a bit of the code. There's this struct called playState, and it holds the current state for the entire game. For example, the currently focused clue is pointed to by the clue field, and then the currently focused cell has a row and a column. Those are just integers. Then the direction of the current clue, which can be across or down, you know, horizontal or vertical, that's the current clue direction. So there's this interaction between the cursor position, the direction of the clue, the currently selected clue, the colors in the board, and I really wanted to have tests for all of that, right? The main task when repainting the puzzle, when you press a key or click the mouse, is to take the game state and to decide how the next visual appearance of the board is going to be. So is this cell going to be white, yellow, or blue? Is this cell going to be selected or not? Does this cell have a letter inside it, or is it not filled yet? Where are my notes? So the first version of the code to update each one of the cell widgets, the play cell widgets, used to look like this. There's a function called play cell update state, takes a cell, takes the current game state, and first it asks the state for please give me the board. The board is the actual contents of the grid. Then we start with a default style or state for each cell, which is the normal state, and then we go and say, if the current clue, which is state arrow clue, contains the current cell, then if it's the same row and the same column as the currently selected one, then it has to be focused, otherwise it's just highlighted in yellow. If not, if we are not within the current clue, well, if it was the old state different from the new state, then we repaint. And then, oh, by the way, if it was focused, then we need to tell GTK to grab the widget focus and blah, 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 blah. This code is miserable to write. We have all written this kind of code for our GTK applications, right? So what's the problem with this code? Well, each cell widget needs to decide its next appearance from the entire state of the program. So there's a lot of logic inside that code to decide what the next appearance for a single cell should be. right? Then you have GUI code configuring the widgets and deciding their appearance. And there's a lot of calls to GTK, along with logic specific to the program. So your business logic, or in this case, game logic, is intermixed with GUI code, and it's all very messy. So in the refactoring community jargon, this is called tight coupling. You know, when you change the shape of your data structure for the game state, you need to change the GUI code to configure the widgets from that state. They must know about each other, and they are tightly coupled because the GUI code needs to know about how to pull the next appearance. So how did we fix that? Well, this is the beginning of that function I just showed you. And the first thing we did was to remove the argument that passes it the whole game state. And instead of passing it the whole game state, we pass it just the things that are needed for that specific cell. So the color of this function is just doing for every row, for every column, decide how each cell should look like, and pass that information to the cell. So in this case, in the first refactoring, we pass it the new state, which is normal, focused, or highlighted, and we pass it an IPOS cell there on the third line with the information for the cell. Does it have a letter inside it? Does it have a clue number? What is inside that cell, right? So the thing is, the caller of this function computes those. Instead of putting all that logic from the whole game state inside this function, we have the caller computed. That's the first stage of the refactoring. Now, I'm going to zoom in to a particular crossword puzzle. In this case, one of the cats and dogs puzzle. So let's look at the central section of the kitten there. After some further refactoring, we ended up with this enumeration that says how a cell, what are the possible styles for a cell to use when redrawing. So if there's a blank space in the puzzle, like no cells there at all, then we call that case null. A normal cell is just called normal. It has a big black letter with a white background. Highlighted is yellow. Focused is blue, as we saw before. And then the cells that you cannot type an answer on but are filled with a dark color are called block cells. And then we have another structure that contains a field of this type with the style. And this other structure called layout cell has all the information to lay out and paint one specific cell. It's not part of the game state, it's generated from the game state. So it has a field for the cell style, which is basically, its color. Its optional background color, in this case, the cell defined its color of its own. If you remember the kitten, it has like a pink nose and some gray cells and some white cells. So normally cells are white, but the gray ones and the pink ones have an optional background color, so it's there. What's the main text of the cell? It can be, if you are in the game, if you are playing the game, this will be part of your answers for the clues, right? So the letter C there is stored in main text. And the little number on the cell that tells you the clue number is called clue number text, right? In case you are using the editor for crosswords, because crosswords also gives you an editor to create new crossword puzzles, well, the big letters will not be your answers, the ones that you type in the game. They will be the answers for the whole puzzle that you create in the editor, right? So these widgets are reusable between the game and the editor. So we went from code that for each cell took the entire state of the game, like this. And let's look at the responsibilities of the original state of the code. Like, the responsibilities of a cell are, well, we have to find that specific cell amongst the whole game state. we have to translate the representation of the game internals to the visual representation for the user, and we have to paint the cell, you know? In object-oriented jargon, this is definitely not following the single responsibility principle, right? So through some gradual refactoring, we went to the first stage of the refactoring, which I just showed you. Instead of passing the whole game state, we instead pass the style, the computed style for the present cell, just the information needed to compute that cell. And now we reduce the responsibilities by 1, right? So now in this state, the responsibilities of a cell are to translate the game representation to the painted version and just paint it. But we don't need to find the cell among the whole game state anymore, right? And the final state of the refactoring is we bite the bullet, we compute everything before calling the cell's update function, and we pass a layout cell structure which has absolutely everything that the cell needs to know to paint itself. Its style, its background color, its text, its clue number. And so now the responsibilities, there's a single responsibility for the cell, which is to paint itself based on this data, right? And the responsibilities of the color are to figure out how to generate a description or how to paint a specific cell. Once you have that separation of responsibilities, you can have tests, because you can write a test given a puzzle. I'm going to show you that next. So how do we start testing the layout that we generate, that we computed the correct layout information for the puzzle, right? So some more crossword puzzle terminology. Puzzles are described in a .ipos file, and .ipos files are just JSON with a specific weird schema. So the JSON in there has 2 keys. One is called puzzle, and it says what's inside the starting cells, right? So if there's a pound sign, it's a block cell, so it's going to be filled with black. If it has a number, it's the clue number. If it has a 0, it's a normal cell, but it has nothing inside that. And then there's another key with the solution. And the solution is just a bunch of strings where each letter in the solution goes inside each string. These are just b-dimensional arrays, right? So the layout engine for the game now takes the entire game state with those data structures created from the JSON, and it creates a grid layout. A grid layout is a description of the thing that is going to be drawn. So what does that look like? If I had a laser pointer, I would show you, but I don't, so I won't. The very first row of pixels in that display, the very first row at the top, has a corner, which we call an intersection. Then it has a horizontal border above the black cell. Then it has another intersection between the black and blue cells. Then it has another horizontal border, right? So we create a description with that. Then the next thing is the row where the cells are. So there's a vertical border, a square cell, another vertical border, square cell, vertical border, square cell, last border, right? And if you look closely at the cat, and you look at the cat's ear, what we see is that on the top left, there's nothing. So there's an intersection that is not filled, so filled equals false. Then there's a horizontal border that is not visible, so filled equals false. But then there's a black intersection, so filled equals true. If you look at this place where the black cell and the blue cell meet each other, we have a little corner pixel filled with blue, then we have a horizontal border filled with blue, and then another corner pixel filled with blue, which is the color of the cursor at the edge of a focused cell. if we look at those two cells, we have a cell filled with light blue, which is the cursor, the background color for the cell with the cursor. Then we have a horizontal border, which is a bit darker blue. Then we have a yellow cell, and then we have an orange border, because that border is part of the currently selected clue. So, for example, if we looked at the data structure that represents that single corner, that structure is called layout intersection because it represents the intersection of two lines in the puzzle. And that one has, whether it's filled or not, it's CSS class in case we're rendering it using GTK widgets, its background color, whether the background color is set or not. The important thing to note about this kind of struct is that it is a value type, right? It just has values, just numbers or strings or friendly things that you can just copy like that without adding reference counts, without having pointers to other objects in the object graph. It's just a value. It's a tuple. A struct is a tuple of multiple very simple values, right? The nice thing about value types is that they are easy to create. You can fake them in your tests by just writing out the values in your C code. They are easy to compare, and then tests become very easy because a test for when you need to compare the cell that you computed with the cell that you expected, you can just compare the values directly. And in C, you have to write it by hand because in C, you make fire by rubbing sticks together instead of using a lighter. So in C, you can just compare each field to each other. And if it's a more complicated structure, you call a function to compare it. And if you were using Rust, you would just write derive partial EQ, and the compiler would write out a function for you to compare the values. And that's why I want all of you to port your C code to Rust and have a much easier time of writing unit tests. Anyway, you can write that in Rust and it works. And in C, you need to do it by, you need to make fire by rubbing sticks and compare your structs by hand. Anyway. This was courtesy of the Rust Evangelism Strike Force. Now we're back to our original programming. Please like and subscribe. So what am I going to show you here? Oh yeah, what do I want to test from the layout code, right? So this is one of the very small puzzles we include in the tests for crosswords, and it lets us test many things. It lets us test whether the layout is correct, whether the behavior is correct. We are not in behavior tests yet. We're just up to layout tests. Let me describe how they work. I'm going to give you the answer. These are the answers to this puzzle, and the JSON looks like that. So the very first cell has a 1 for the clue number, then it's 0, 0, then the 2, and the null cells are empty, and the block cells have a hash sign in them, and the solution has the letters. We already saw that. So we want to test that a particular cell, when painted, has the correct letter inside it, right? Perfectly reasonable for a unit test. How do we do that? We have a test called the layout sets the main text depending on the state, right? So we initialize the grid coordinates for that cell, and then we call a function that tests whether the cell has its main text cell set to a particular value. So, for example, if we are solving the puzzle, which means we are in the game, and nothing has been entered in that cell, then the cell should have no text. So that's why there's an empty string in the function call right there at the end, right? But if we are in the editor, we want to test that the cell has a T in there. So we pass the mode as being grid state edit, and then the cell should have a T as a string in there, right? So that's how we test the layout code for the different cases of are you in the game, are you in the editor, are you in the thumbnails, whatever. Now, let's look at the behavior tests. When I was writing the code for the tests in crosswords, I wanted to make it possible to test things like if you move with the arrow keys when you're playing a puzzle, you will run into block cells where you cannot type an answer, so the cursor should skip over them. It should skip over blank spaces. If you hit the edge of the puzzle, it should notice that and do something reasonable. So how do we test all that little aspects of the behavior? So if the puzzle starts out like this, and the cursor, the blue cell right there, is in the upper left corner. So you hit the right arrow key, right? You hit right, what should happen? Well, the cursor should move one cell to the right, no problem. We hit right again, the cursor moves again. We hit right again, the cursor moves again. If you hit right again, nothing should happen. There's a test for that. But if you hit down, the cursor moves down. But notice how things changed. When we were here, before hitting down, the currently selected clue was cross. It was horizontal. But now that we hit down, the currently selected clue is vertical. So the current direction changed. The currently selected clue changed from 1 across to 2 down, and the current direction changed from across to down. So that should be in the tests, right? If we hit the down key again, we move down. If we hit left, we need to make sure that the cursor skips over those 2 black cells and goes to the left. So the current clue changed again from the vertical clue on the right to the new vertical clue on the left, skipping over the 2 black cells, right? So in terms of unit tests, we want to say, given a game board in this state with a loaded puzzle, the cursor at some row and some column, and with the current clue direction being down, when we move to the left, we want the new state to be that new game state, right? With the cursor moved to the left and the current clue and the direction being what we expect. So we have a test that tests exactly that. It's called the test, skips over the block cells, and given a game with this state, we load an IPOS file, and we move the cursor. I'm not showing you that code. If we call the do command method on the state to move to the left, then we compare the expected state to the new state, and if it passes, the test is correct. Otherwise, we have bug. So the tests look like that. It's exactly what you would expect for a unit test. But the key thing to note here is that nowhere in that code is there any configuration of the widgets, no GTK events, nothing of that sort, because that we have already separated that code from each other. So we load the previous game state, we simulate an event from the user. We're not simulating a GTK event, we are simulating a semantic event from the game, right? The crosswords game does not care about key schemes from the window manager or key timestamps or things like that. It cares about actions. And one of the actions is to move to the left, move up, move down, move right, type backspace, type a letter, right? And repaint the widgets with the new state. If that was our game loop, given the current state, respond to an action, and repaint with the new state, well, how does that look? Grid state now represents the current state of the entire game. So it has a current crossword puzzle. It has a current coordinates for the cursor. And it has an ID for the current clue. And the current clue both holds the cells that are spanned by that clue, and the clue number and the clue direction. So instead of having many standalone fields with the cursor coordinates and the clue direction and the clue number, we put that in a single struct so it's easier to ship around the code. And then we have commands that we can run on the state. So we have commands to move up, down, left, right, and type backspace. And as you can imagine, typing backspace in a crosswords game is funny because you need to either delete the letter that you just typed in the cell above the one you are now because it moved. And if you go to the beginning of the clue, you delete that, but you stay there. Oh my God, 10 minutes left. So we have a function that takes the current state of the grid and a command and produces a new state. We tell the compiler, please warn us if we forget to use the new state because we don't want to drop it. And the grid states are immutable structures. That's when we run a command on the state, we produce a new one rather than modifying the old one. I already told you about this. The game keeps a current state of the game in the grid state. Widget events from GTK get translated into semantic actions, motion, type an answer, hit backspace, show the answers that are wrong in the puzzle, things like that. We compute the new state without modifying the old one. We compute the layout based on the new state, and we paint the widgets from the new layout. So how do we refactor GTK, traditional GTK code to make it testable? Well, the next example I want to show you is from GNOME Calendar. This window is the event editor in GNOME Calendar. It's where you enter the data for an appointment. This section in the dialog is called the GCal schedule section. It's where you put in the dates and times for the event. It can be there's the start date and time, the end date and time. There's the recurrences for if the event repeats. And the schedule section can switch between being a time slot, so with a defined time, or an all-day event like GUADEC is all day, right? So if you schedule GUADEC on your calendar, you probably have an all-day event instead of saying from this hour to this hour. And a funny thing happens. When you switch in the GUI by clicking all day or time slot, if you're in all-day mode and you click in time slot, then what happens is that the date-only selectors become date and time selectors like this. And if you switch back to all day, they turn back to being date-only selectors. So we need a test for that. How do we do that? Well, through some gradual refactoring, I encapsulated the state of the dialog, not the game state anymore, but the state of the dialog, into the date and a struct there on the left called GCal schedule values, which has the date and time values for the current event. And nothing else, no other information from the dialog, just the thing for that section. And then I wrote another struct which captures the way the widgets should be drawn after computing their new state. So we have the all-day flag get translated into visibility flags for the date and time pickers. So if you're in all day, the dates are visible, but the times are not. If you are not in all day, the dates are visible and the times are also visible. The dates and times just get copied over, no problem there. And the recurrence struct explodes into a multitude of values for the recurrence widget. So is there a combo box to let you pick the recurrence type? Is there an end date for the recurrence, or does it let you pick the number of times an event repeats? So there's a bunch of data there that derives from a single data object there. So the original code in GNOME Calendar looked like this. We had a function to set the current event on an event editor. The problem with GCal event, the current an event structure, is that it's a live structure. It can get updated asynchronously from notifications from evolution data servers. So it's very uncomfortable to write GUI code to deal with that kind of shit. So the way the original code worked is it would first ask the event, are you all day or not? And then it would set all the widget parameters from that value, set the visibility of the widgets, right? And then it would ask it, hey, event, what's your start and end dates and times? And then it would do some funny stuff like, if it's an all-day event, Then we subtract one day and set it on the date, which, why the hell does it do that, right? So what happens is that in iCalendar, the standard format for passing calendar data around machines or emails or event invitations, all-day events, the range for an all-day event goes from one day, from midnight on one day to midnight on the next day, right? So the times you see there are 2025, July 15th at 0 hours to 2025, July 16th at 0 hours. And that defines a 24-hour period, which means it's an all-day event. So in the GUI, we want to show that a one-day, all-day event goes from the 15th to the 15th, right? We don't want to. We want to think like humans, not computers. So there needs to be a test for that condition. So how do we do that? Well, as I told you, I encapsulated the values for times and dates and all day in a single struct. And then I made a function to extract that data from an event and fill it in this new structure. So we allocate it, we copy the values, we return it, no problems there, no GUI code there, just extract the values that we need from our data object into something particular for that piece of the GUI, right? So I inserted this line into the function that configured all the widgets from the event data. So extract me the values from the event, and then modify the rest of the code to use the values from there instead of from the event object. So when first writing the struct to represent the new state of the widgets, I started just with two flags. Are the date widgets visible? Are the time widgets visible? And as I gradually refactored it, I started adding more fields into that structure. So the first one, to compute the widget, the new widget state from the data values, just takes the all-day flag and copies it or negates it for the corresponding visibility of the widgets. And I started defining functions to modify or to produce a new set of values based on the actions from the user. So what actions can the user perform in this dialog? The user can change the event from being all day to time slot. Okay. The user can change the start date, and if the start date ends up being after the end date, then we need to do something, switch them around, move the end date. That's up to the program's policy, right? So the very first thing was to respond to the change the all day action was copy the values to a new structure, don't modify the old one, and just set the flag, nothing more, right? And return the copy. The idea is to modify everything or refactor it to have immutable structures. And then the function that used to do that to change the widgets when the schedule type changed. I'm showing you this horrible piece of code and a screenshot of the GUI there just to show you how much code is required to keep the whole thing synchronized with itself, right? And once we refactored it, everything shrank to just 3 lines. We decide whether the widget is turned on, the all-day flag or not. We set the new value on the data object, and we update the widgets from the values. So it becomes really simple code, really easy to test. The function that updates the widgets from the new values is just create a new widget state from the computed desired state, set the widget visibility, update the values, and free the thing. This is a const. They are immutable structures, so they can be const, so they are really nice. And the actions are, as I told you, set the all-day flag to on or off, set the start date or start time, the end date or the end time. And then we can have tests. Each one of those functions handles an action that you can perform in the GUI. It used to be in the original code that the event editor dialog had a reference to the calendar event and to the calendar context and to the schedule section. And it was a really messy graph of objects. So fortunately, we are not testing the whole dialog, just the schedule section. So we removed that. from consideration. And then GCal event is a live object. We don't want that. So we made immutable structures to represent the new state and the widget values, right? And what's in a calendar context? There's a bunch of stuff in a calendar context. It's a settings portal, a calendar manager, search engine, blah, 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 blah. And I didn't know what all those were. The only thing I needed a calendar context for was to ask it, what's the current time format? And the time format can be 12 hours, AM, PM, or 24 hours, right? So this tiny enum is encapsulated in this whole monster. And why is there a banana by the GCal time format enum? Well, it turns out that we only needed to have that little value for the tests. There's this famous quote by Joe Armstrong, the author of the Erlang language, which goes, I think the lack of reusability comes in object-oriented languages, not functional languages. Because the problem with object-oriented languages is they have got all this implicit environment that they carry around with them. You wanted a banana, but what you got was a gorilla holding the banana and the entire jungle, right? So if in my tests I need to create a calendar context and a settings portal and a calendar manager and a search engine just to get the 24 or 12-hour flag, that's really silly. I'd rather just have the stupid flag that I can put in my tests, right? So the trick is to refactor the code to remove all the object graph and all the GUI code from your pretty program state. Why do we go through all the trouble? We want to eliminate junk in our programs. When a program feels inconsistent, unstable, unpredictable, it feels janky, people stop using those applications and replace them with better ones, right? We don't have much time left to tell you. I mean, the thing about testability is that people started figuring out how to write testable GUI code around 2001 with functional reactive programming, which was first described for Java. 6 years later, we got a testing framework in GTK and glib. Then in 2013, there was the Elm paper for the Elm programming language and framework, which is for functional reactive programming using web technologies. And then people started doing that in Rust in 2017, and then 2020 with VGTK. GTK4 appeared in 2020. It's only in 2018 that we got gitlab.gnome.org where we could run CI and tests automatically with each commit. So there's almost 20 years between the time people started describing how to test GUIs at the time when we were able to run those tests automatically in GNOME. So there's a big gap there. So don't feel too bad about your applications not having enough tests. It's a learning process. And the thing with GUI toolkits is that APIs change. We changed from GTK1 to GTK2 to GTK3 to GTK4, and GTK5 is coming, right? So what are you going to do when you need to switch your apps from GTK4 to GTK5? Wouldn't you rather have your logic code separated from the ugly GUI code, which you are going to have to replace anyway, right? We change our drawing APIs, we change our event models, now there's multi-touch, blah, blah, blah. And my point here is that toolkits evolve, they are transient, but people want to use their apps forever. And we would rather keep the logic nice and tested as it is, and just rewrite the GUI code every few years. So thank you, I'm over my time. Thanks for your patience.
So thank you. Any questions? Okay, so I think we have the coffee break going on, so you all can go there. And oh, do you have a question? Sorry.
So the key to testable GTK apps is essentially take what's handled in a callback and put it in a struct, and then test, and then add some functions for that struct, and then test those functions instead of trying to mess with callbacks.
Exactly. One thing I realized while making this presentation is that I think I've reached the limit for how much I can show about refactoring in a presentation like this. I think it's better done by showing you in person or making a really nice video with, look at how I move these 2 lines of code from here to here because blah, 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 blah. So there's work to be done in describing how to do this. I have not found a book that describes how to do this. This is not to say that it's only me that has the knowledge of how to do this. You know, many people know how to do that, just hasn't been written down.
I mean, I suppose this could be a great opportunity to write it down. I mean,
Yeah,
we already have
I promise to write blog posts on this topic. It's really interesting to do, and it starts making your code much more manageable really quickly. So I promise to write blog posts about this.
And another question, after the blog post, will this also get put somewhere in the GTK docs? Because I think that would be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there's this wonderful tool called cut and paste, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
Of course.
Anybody else? Okay, so thank you, Federico, and I guess we can go to the break.
course, for my work, I'm using desktop a lot. And so what I want to talk about is actually accessibility of Linux desktop. And it's actually a small, like, shameless plug for my hackathon on Monday. And so, yeah, basically I started working with Linux full time, I think in 2012. And it went a long way since the time. At the beginning, it was very hacky. People were laughing at me like while their experience was just smooth. I had to like overcome many obstacles every day, fix here, fix there when something broke and stuff like that. So we are definitely way further now. We are over this. And basically, if I have when I have more time for talking, which is not the case now, I usually try to separate the accessibility of Linux desktop into like 3 stages. The first stage is that you need to have appropriate software actually ready and available in the distribution so that you can actually start the screen reader and other software. We are already there in most distributions, and definitely with GNOME. Like I don't think I've seen a distro where there would be GNOME and there would not be any assistive technology. So that's fine. I checked. Then there is the second stage where the basic GNOME interface or the basic interface of any desktop environment should be accessible, including like working with Windows, working with panels, configuring the system and stuff like that, browsing files possibly. And then the third part, which I usually don't talk about very much because it's very wide, is like accessibility of other applications or third-party applications, and I don't want to deal with it here. But we are now in the second part, and it's improving year by year, but I still think there is still some work to do. And one way how I'm trying to improve it is that I created actually my small pet project called Vojtěch. It's some future Fedora spin focused on blind and visually impaired users. It's now a project on GitHub, and there are still like few tiny little things which need brushing up and which I don't have proper knowledge to fix them on my own. So that's basically what I would like to try to accomplish on the hackathon on Monday. So if you would like to help me with that, feel free to come there and help me with that. Also, I will try to be present here as much as possible. So if you have any questions or anything regarding accessibility of Linux desktop, feel free to stop by. Just please introduce yourself because I am very bad at memorizing faces. And I will try to answer your questions as much as possible. In this, you can also like ask my colleague Lukáš as well, who is actually working on GNOME accessibility. I'm not working directly there. I'm more like a consumer, but still I think I can give you some insights. Yep. Thank you for your attention. That's it.
Thank you very much. So, Andrea, please go ahead and set up your PC.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Hello, everyone. I promised that you would not see me that often this GUADEC, but here I am again. Pietro's fault. I'm used to, like, every GUADEC that I visit, I used to do a talk around infrastructure and the membership committee. Just to give you an idea of what the membership election committee does, we do maintain the foundation membership. So if you ever like heard of foundation being a foundation member, that's us. That's the team that accepts new foundation members. We handle renewals, and we also like process the GNOME board of directors elections. We just had the 2025 spring election. I've been around quite a while, like as you can see, since 2010, in the membership committee specifically. And I just wanted to mention how the membership committee evolved throughout time. And historically, we were processing a lot of the memberships, et cetera, manually. And a lot of the processes are these days completely automated. And I'm going to explain what we did about that. Just some stats before that. As I was mentioning, we just had the board of directors elections. This graph that you can see gives you an idea of how the foundation membership evolved between 2025 and 2022. You can see if you do the average, we've been like averaging around 230, 233 members within the last 4 years. But we've seen an increase in the people that actually participate to the elections themselves. The number looked pretty bad in 2022 and 2023 specifically, but then numbers are looking much better these days. When I first joined the membership committee, the process was manual. There was someone reviewing the foundation membership application and like trying to figure out who to contact, right? Is there like a contact that was provided by the applicant where we could verify the actual contributions that happened, that occurred during the past year, or the past couple of years, because the foundation membership, remember, it's last 2 years. Once we figure out whether the person, the renewal was good to go in terms of membership, in terms of contributions, we would be sending out a form letter. The form letter would be filed with like name, surname, and all some other data, and a person would have to send out the form letter using some kind of like mechanism that was, again, not automated. What we're doing today is much different. We're leveraging some of the GitLab API capabilities. What you primarily have to do, you enter your foundation membership in GitLab. There's some automation that runs. We quote the contacts that the applicant has provided. So if you're going to submit an application, please make sure that your contacts are there, because automation will pull those contacts and quote them, like quote in GitLab, so that they get a notification and they can vouch for your membership. From there, the membership committee, what we have to do, we primarily go there, do a thumbs up, thumbs down, and based on that, automation processes the membership and adds the foundation membership into the database, creates a new account. If you don't have a new account, sends out the form letters for us, etc. So the process went from like 10, 15 minutes for each candidate to like less than 10 seconds for each candidate. I see many new faces at the conference. If you are contributing to GNOME, if you never applied for foundation membership, please do. If you were a foundation member in the past, you're not anymore, remember that your foundation membership lasts 2 years. So make sure that you send your renewal in ASAP so we can process it and welcome you back into the GNOME Foundation as a member. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Yep, Felipe. Perfect. He's going right away to the stage.
Well, I don't have any slides. It's actually like a shameless plug.
Super efficient, though. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm Felipe. I am the editor of Planet GNOME, and actually I would like to ask who here knows what Planet GNOME is? Please raise your hand. Well, I see, yeah, majority of people do know. That's great. So I got in love with this community by reading Planet GNOME, by seeing individuals telling their individual stories and sharing what they are doing in GNOME, and that's what got me interested. And ever since I've been involved with GNOME, I've been trying to keep Planet GNOME alive. I've been always very critical of centralized social medias and very defensive of the old way of doing the internet, blogs, decentralized. So I'd like us to use this opportunity of mass surveillance and all this chaos that we are living right now to try to take things back to the original roots and incentivize people to get back to blogging. I know everybody feels like one day I'm going to write that one blog post and you keep postponing, but please do so because Planet GNOME now has a new interface. Jakob Steiner did amazing work with the new front end. So if you go to planet.gnome.org, there is a very, very nice website that is responsive, and that's a way you can keep track of what's happening in GNOME. I think it's better to get directly from the people who are doing it rather than how this repercutes in the media and blogs and other things that are not made by members. So Planet GNOME aggregates all the blogs from GNOME members that are interested on it. So if you're also a GNOME member and you have a blog and you're not in Planet GNOME, you can also file an issue to get yourself added there. Other than that, Planet GNOME now also has a new avatar thingy. So if you want to control how your picture appears there, rather than having to go through me, you can also set up your Gravatar or LibreAvatar account, and that will automatically update. So it's also something that gives you a little bit more of control. So if you are into RSS feeds and other things, you can also keep up with things using your favorite RSS feed client. So please check Planet GNOME and incentivize other people and write blog posts. Thank you.
Thank you, Felipe. Thank you very much. So our next presenter is Tobias. And yeah, Tobias and Andreas, sorry.
Hi, here.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Yep, you want to say?
Okay.
Yeah.
I would just say 3 words at the beginning. Hi, I'm Tobias from the design team. I'd like you to give a very warm welcome to Andreas from Peer to Panda, who is from our Berlin crew of people who do interesting things, and who is going to tell you a little bit about local first. And this is the first part of a second, or whatever. This is the first part of our lightning talk. Tomorrow we'll have a second lightning talk that talks a little bit more about the actual project. Yeah, take it away.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I try to keep it quick. I wanted to talk about local first, which is a term you might have heard about, and if not, you hear about it now. It's related to peer-to-peer networking, but it's kind of not the same. And I want to show you the differences in that. So first of all, servers can be evil, so we want to get rid of them. That's because, it's like centralized control. Someone usually puts it behind a paywall, and all our social communication is mediated through extravists, I don't know, companies who sell that data further or do train AI models or do whatever with that. So we want to get rid of servers. Another bad thing about servers is they require you to have internet. So we can only use our application if we are online, if there is some sort of connectivity. This is why I have this internet in the middle. There is a paradigm which solves that problem. It's called offline first. So you just create the data in your client, yeah, when there is no internet. And as soon as you go online again, you just send it to the server. Okay, so we solved that problem. So it's offline first. We don't need the internet. The app still works, but we still have the server around. Okay, so how do we get rid of the server? We introduce peer-to-peer networking. So we allow devices to just directly talk to each other without a server required. Okay, but where's the data now? Now somehow the data disappeared. The server is sad. We just keep it on our devices. So the whole database literally just lives inside the application on your device. And this is what we call local first. So peer-to-peer, no centralized server involved, and the data is just on your device. So we also solved the offline first problem. You can just continue using the application even though we might go through a tunnel, the internet connection breaks down or whatnot. No internet, no problem. Except what if everyone is offline and you actually want to sync up on the latest state? You know, you collaborate on a document together. All your contributors are offline right now, but you still want to get the latest data. So this is where we extend the definition of a server a little bit. Now we have a shared node. Yeah, so this is the server which is always online, and we can push our data there, and we own that server. We can extend the security because we still don't have the evil servers by making them really, boring. They only shift data around, which is encrypted, and they will not be able to see what they're actually dealing with. And then also I'm a big fan of not using the internet. The internet is kind of terrible infrastructures like NATs and firewalls and IPv4, IPv6, who knows when this will happen. But we have local area networks. We have Bluetooth, Bluetooth Low Energy, maybe one day Wi-Fi aware, and LoRa, which is a cool packet radio protocol. And all of this is part of the Peer-to-Panda project. So I'm one of the core maintainers, and we kind of try to solve these issues around everything I just described: peer-to-peer connectivity, discovery, synchronization, which gives you eventual consistency, access control, and the encryption I just mentioned. And Tobias, do you want to talk about the very last thing?
I don't know how much time we have. 10 seconds. Okay. We have this collaboration between some people from the GNOME community and some people from the Peer-to-Panda community, where we're building this app called Reflection, which is basically like a very simple pad kind of app that synchronizes, and it's essentially Hedgehog but like native. And we've been building this over the past 6 months with various people from this community. On this photo, you can see Wick at the Hackfest that we had in December. For example, Julian is currently heading the front-end side of this as part of a prototype fund project. But this is what we're going to talk about more tomorrow in our second lightning talk, and where we'll also show you this, where it actually works, and it's a demo, but not today because tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you very much to both of you. Now we have Adrian. And you can have a few seconds to set up. Take your time.
What you are seeing, is it good on your side? No, it's not. Okay. Like this. Right. Good. So, hey, I'm Adrian, and I'm going to talk about conference accessibility. If you can't read my lips and you need to, well, don't worry, because these slides are basically my notes. So I won't say much more that there is on them. You get everything by either reading or listening, and I can share the notes if you need them to read them later. So this is about accessibility. I'm not going to talk about broader inclusivity in general. Accessibility is just a part of inclusivity, and I'm mostly facing ableism and capitalism, so I don't want to talk about other things. And it's just 5 minutes, so I have to keep it short. GNOME and accessibility. So yeah, this is Disability Pride Month, so yay, great. And I'm glad to see GNOME bear its flag on the social medias and stuff. It's great. And I'm also glad to see that the GNOME project works harder and harder on accessibility. Perfect. Happy with that. And this is my first GUADEC since 2019. So yeah, it was pre-COVID before. And we are still not post-COVID yet. But yeah, I'm happy to be back at GUADEC. I mean, I've been at many GUADEC, but well. Accommodations. Yeah, accommodations are for... we tend to think about accessibility and accommodation in discrete categories, but typically accommodations help people with different kinds of disabilities. I will detail later. And also, disabled people often have several disabilities. There are some good accommodations here. I've been pleasantly surprised by this GUADEC. Like, I can't really speak for those concerned, but it seems to me that it's pretty well accessible to wheelchair users. I see there are lots of chairs around in the hall and all. It seems to be really well accessible to blind persons, and like there are people to help them and guide them, and like seems very good. I'm going to talk about things which are a tiny bit less going well, but like ways to make conferences accessible beyond that. Please describe what you have on your slides orally. So I'm probably a bit on the extreme here, but well. And yeah, slides should support your speech, not like complete it. If there is something on your slides, please describe it orally. Simply because you don't want to exclude those who can't read them for many different reasons, hard to read English, whatever. Duplicate what matters. Use multiple mediums, text and speech, because it helps those with information processing difficulties. Keep it short, not like me, because long slides are like, they tend to cause mental overload and like complicated. Also, it's a slide, not a pamphlet, and like, I think we overall in the community are really good at writing slides. Most of you are way better than I am. But yeah, I think it's good to remind it just in case. Captions, we really need captions. That's something we don't have and we really need. It helps those with varying degrees of deafness and information processing difficulties too. And typically, if you can read the slides, then you can read the captions. Getting captions, there are many ways, from cheap to expensive. You can have like pre-made transcripts made by the authors of the slides. Oh shit, 1 minute? Okay, live captioners, we should hire them and have volunteers. It's expensive, but it's what you need. Automated captions are bad. It's a social issue, not a technical one. We should not use technology for that. Conferences or instances, lots of many things, okay. And we need rest, we need lots of rest. We need a remote, quiet, dark, comfortable room to have some rest. Like, we need restroom conferences. We don't have one here. And it's something that really misses, I feel. Oh yeah, please don't shame people who need to rest and need to go to bed at 10 or whatever and not go to social events, please. We are not that great at this in the community, I have to say. Sound quality, please provide clear, loud sound. Use pop filters on mics. Ensure remote speakers. Because we are doing more and more remote conferences, ensure remote speakers have good quality sound. We need to provide them equipment if needed. Please don't blast loud sound at, like yesterday. Yeah, leave some cups. Don't remove them from the cups, but like, let's not do this, please. It was really harmful for me yesterday. Please don't incite people to drink alcohol. Let them manage this. Like, yeah. And let's reduce airborne health risks. Let's stop infecting each other. Oh shit! Really? Can I please finish? Okay. Okay. Let's stop infecting each other. We should provide FFP2 masks, if not better. Many way smaller with conferences with a way lower budget do it, and with way more people attending them. But yeah, we should strongly encourage everybody, please wear masks. I know I'm a bit alone here, but please do it. Not everyone can wear some, and it's okay, we should not enforce it, but please. We should also monitor equality. I see that there is error filtering and stuff, but we should monitor it because how do we know it actually works well enough? We can be sure. We need to monitor it. We need like CO2 filter monitors and all. And this harms our community. Like lots of our community members like have long COVID. Some got paraplegic because of flu and something like that. We lost community members. Like it's a genuine problem. Please let's take it seriously. But despite all I said, it's a great GUADEC. Like I don't want to dismiss everything. Like, oops, it's a great GUADEC thanks to the organizers. It's really nice. But these are systemic issues, and we all need to take them really seriously. Oh yeah, and something I noticed, maybe I missed it, but like I don't see any accessibility information on the GUADEC website. Maybe I missed it, but like, how do someone who's disabled know they can actually come if it's not there? And I ask for, when we all ask for accommodation, but then ask for some, and I never got a reply, nothing was implemented, so why I ask then? I don't know, it's odd. Maybe we should have a GNOME accessibility team, like one that's big and serious and all, like the design team. As far as I know, we don't have one. It would help with software, website, documentation, videos, and conferences also. And also we need accessibility specialists, like not just software accessibility specialists, but in general in the community. And I know they are really hard to attract, but we need to find some way. And yeah, this lightning talk is dedicated to those who in the community who have like long COVID, flu, can't come to GUADEC because it's imperfect accessibility. Those who suffered from anything like from workers' union discrimination, stuff like that. And thanks for attending my lightning rant. But it's great, nonetheless.
Thank you so much for sharing, Adrian. Regarding accessibility, if anyone wants to join or wants to start such a group, it would be great. So always helpful, but it's important to contribute, everyone. Now, Logan, it's your turn.
I don't know. Can you guys see my screen? Now you can. Oh, is it showing GNOME Builder or is it showing something else? Oh. Let me just see how I can move this over. What if I do? Oh, what if I do this? Aha. Yeah, can you show me how to do that?
If I remember it, yes.
Brief indulgence, please.
Display, error, apply, keep. So you have the same copy.
Okay, now can you guys see GNOME Builder? Wonderful. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, my name is Logan Rathbone, or Pop Rocks, as you may know me on the online community. This is going to be just a brief demo. Rapid application development in GNOME. In my view, rapid application development, or RAD, did not die with the mid-2000s. There's a bright future for it. This is going to be just a sneak preview for a fulsome talk that I hope to give in the future. So earlier today, I decided, hey, I'd like to write a quick guessing game using GNOME technologies. And I'm more of a C guy myself, but I thought I'm going to use JavaScript to make this application because I figured there's probably more people that are newcomers wandering around that might know web technologies such as JavaScript and CSS to build this application. So I went to GNOME Builder, click New Project in GNOME, click JavaScript, and then a whole whack of code was auto-generated. And other than the auto-generated code, I'm going to show you guys some code that I didn't write. It was written by a 12-year-old named P. I'm going to call him P for privacy reasons, who's sitting right here in the audience. You could probably pick him out if you try hard. So if we go ahead and launch this, and I'll just show you we've got a few helper functions here. Of course, P was adamant that we not do this inline. He wanted to break these functions up into small pieces, which is really cool. So we have the function to see if the number is guessed correctly. We have a guessed callback function when the button is clicked. We have a little random number generator function. And then we got 2 lines down here. Rest was all generated by GNOME Builder. That's all that was written. I did, disclaimer, write the XML by hand. I'll circle back to that in a moment. My dream is that with the release of Cambalache 1.0 going forward, even that will not have to be written by hand. So if I launch the application, you're going to go ahead and see, it doesn't look very good, and we'll come back to that in a second. You're going to go ahead and see that it's dead simple. Pick a number between 1 and 5. We'll go ahead and pick 3. We click Submit Guessed. Guess, you guessed wrong. You suck. Okay, fine. We create a new game. We submit a guess. You guessed correctly. You rock. Wow, that worked pretty well. Second try. So, it doesn't look super great. So we may want to tweak the look of that a bit. So we go Control-Shift-I here to pull up the inspector. We just glide on over to CSS. And I wrote just a few blocks of CSS. Took me about two seconds. I'll just unpause that. So now all of a sudden, things are starting to look a little bit better. But the spacing, as you can see, doesn't look super great. So again, if we go back to objects, all we need to go ahead and do is click this object selector here. We're going to select this box right here. Just scroll down and make the V align to the center. Just click V expand to go ahead and do that. And now you can see that's looking a little more presentable. So we click Submit Guess, and now we've got a red background for when we guessed wrong, and we can see if we can maybe get a correct guess to happen. Just keep doing it again and again. There we go. We got a green background. You guessed correctly. You rock. So that's pretty cool. But you guessed wrong. You suck. This is the kind of language that is not really following the GNOME Code of Conduct. So we're just going to go ahead and select this text right here. We're going to change that label. And if I could just move this over here a bit so you can see, we're just going to change that label to, we regret to inform you that the number you selected, if I could type, is unfortunately incorrect. You are still a special and unique snowflake. Thank you for participating. Everybody gets a trophy. And of course, if you wanted to make that permanent, all you would need to go ahead and do, and you could do this today. My dream is that the whole thing again can be done in Cambalache in the future, is we go ahead and we go open with external program. We go to Cambalache. We pull it up. And then, as you can see here, we do see something that you can go ahead and edit. And we would go and just simply go into Cambalache, pick that string, and change it. No code required. Again, my dream is that the whole interface could have been designed in Cambalache. For me, I had a bit of trouble with that. But with Juan's talk today about Cambalache 1.0, I think there's a bright future there. And with the recent Android backend for GTK, and with libidWada's just absolutely outstanding adaptive technology and breakpoint technology, I think that there's a bright future for rapid application development that could be cross-platform for both desktop and mobile. So I just wanted to show you guys a really quick demo. And again, I did not write 99% of that. Some percentage was written by build or boilerplate, and the vast majority was written by the 12-year-old P. So I just wanted to show you guys a quick demo. Hopefully in the future, we can do a lengthier presentation to show how one might create a full application on a rapid basis using almost no code. So that's it. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed.
Thank you, Logan. Our next presenter is our local guy, Pietro. He doesn't need an introduction at this point. He has been running around like all these days, so you know him.
Let's say that maybe at this point you know me. So, hi again for the, I don't know which time this week. I wanted to, we always talk about environment, efficiency, how to improve things, how to have compatibility. So I want to talk to you about efficient coding for a better world. Many don't think about it when they develop, but a bad written code is not only difficult to maintain in the future, it's only having impact on the resources used by your software. Those resources are transformed in CPU cycles, for example. CPU cycles are transformed into electricity. Electricity is transformed into environmental impact. I did two stupid examples just to give you a concept. If you have to iterate through information, if you loop into loop, just because it's easier or is simpler to write, well, you should think to the impact this action has. You should consider about how the code you write is then transformed into CPU instructions. Because difficult instructions means more resources, means more current, more power, means more environmental impact in a negative way. If we consider object-based languages that have garbage collections, every time you create a new instance of an object, you are allocating resources. And if you need to create more objects, you should consider, for example, reusing them. Because if an object can be reused and is reused, you are using the same resources you already allocated, so you are saving resources, you are saving power consumption. So what I want to tell you, pay attention not only to the maintainability of the code, but also to the environmental impact it has when you write it. It's okay to write fast code to prove a concept, but in the long term, what you write does not have only impact on the maintainability of it, but has impact on our environment. Save the world by coding better. Thank you.
Thank you, Pietro. Our next presenter is Vera.
Hello, I am Vera from Red Hat, and I am at GUADEC for the first time, and it's amazing to be here. I am focused on the accessibility, but today I would like to share with you an idea and open a discussion about how we can invite people who are requalifying or transitioning into IT to get involved in GNOME. Because I believe there could be a huge opportunity. Around me, I see many people, especially women with children, who are looking to changing careers. And IT is a field that they are interested in very much. And I think it can be a win-win situation when people get practical experience and we can get help. I would like to share some gaps or challenges that I can see because people often sign up for courses that Linux are not on the schedule, and these people even don't know that Linux exists. And many people of these courses are focused on QE. That is amazing because we organize test days, for example, and it would be a perfect start for them. On the other hand, there is needed maybe huge support. So I would like to ask if you think this could be interesting for you, and if yes, how we can promote this opportunity, because I think when I had a discussion with people who are interested to transitioning into IT and get new experience, they don't know about this opportunity and about Upstream, about GNOME, and about this nice community, and so what is needed to be done to make it possible. So if you would be interested in this, we can open a discussion, and maybe next year or in following years we will have more volunteering and more contributors thanks to this. So thank you, and that's all.
Thank you very, very much, Vera. Now, our next presenter and last for today is Adrian.
So, hi everyone. I was forced to give this talk by Rosanna, so yeah. So I don't have any slides, so you'll have to deal with my mouth only. Yeah, so I'll be talking about, yeah?
Convinced.
So I'll be talking about why do we need these events, right? Like GNOME Foundation is to support GNOME project. GNOME project is a software company. So why do we need to get into the event business and have these? Because it's like we all are here, so I guess we don't complain about it, but people on the internet do. So let's just answer that question, plain and simple, because we need them. And why we need them is because it opens up to us to let us know that these are people and you can talk with them. And why? Because like it's just my personal experience when I first got to GNOME Asia, Malaysia, right? It was my first time outside the country. It was my first flight, not international flight, first flight ever. First solo trip ever, first conference, first time on stage apart from the 5th grade when I'd give a like National Assembly or something. But yeah, it was my first talk ever. And I met many new people and people who I knew the names of, but never met in real life, like Matthias and Elende and Emmanuele. And I was like, hey, I'm seeing these people, these are real, these exist, these are not robots. But I couldn't talk with them at the time because, yeah, when you are a fanboy, sometimes you have trouble talking to them. And but yeah, this time because of Shri and Arti, I got to talk with them and realize these are humans because you could talk with them. They have a life outside of coding windows. They have normal questions as well, normal life as well. But this is something which you experience when you get to the conference, when you talk with those people, when you interact with them, when you meet in real life. A lot of people think, oh, we can do online events. Well, online is the same like chatting. Like if you are not able to meet them in the proper fashion on a matrix chat or online, then it will be the same way if it's an online conference. And also, like over here you can see there are not many people from my region. The main reason our passport is what I think 77 in the passport index. We don't get the visas easily. Mine was about to get rejected. Fortunately, it didn't get rejected. But I've seen people, many people who would like to be here with us, they didn't get through. So we do need regional events like GNOME Asia. Like my first conference would have been GUADEC in Guadalajara because that year I did my GSOC. We couldn't go there, visa issues and all those, and long flights, expensive, too many issues were there. But we were able to go to GNOME Asia, Malaysia. A lot of people were able to meet their mentors. I was able to meet very, very many new people, and it just inspired the confidence in me. It just made me realize that this is why I am here, this is why I'm contributing, and this is why I love this ecosystem, because I can meet these people, I can contribute, and I can meet them at least once a year in real life and exchange thoughts. And I think we also have GNOME Latam now. So we do need regional events, we do need GUADEC, and it's not just like we're spending money in things, it's like for a good cause where like some people might be working here remotely. I work remotely in a very small town We don't have any Linux groups over there. My friends work in office in companies outside of my town. The only thing I do 24 hours is get up, walk around 5 meters to the table, write some code, walk 5 meters back, take a nap, walk 10 meters, grab some lunch, 5 meters, sleep, 5 meters, code. And that is not the very best of the lifestyles, but when I can come here and meet these people, that is when I can really interact with and get together with people who I resonate with or who I reason with. And so that is just my reasoning why we should have these great events. And thanks to Christy, Anissa, the whole organizing team who works so hard in making these events happen. I have organized one, and I'm scared to life to organize another one. So congratulations to you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adrian. Thank you to all our speakers, either the speakers that had the talks today or our lightning talks. They were so much fun. And I'm so happy that we're so many people here in presence. This kind of concludes the second day of GUADEC. So yeah, I don't have much to share right now. If you'd like to hear or do any lightning talks, please sign up. We have a poster at the welcome desk. If you'd like to do a lightning talk tomorrow, you have still some time, to add your talk to the agenda. So go ahead and do that. Don't be shy. You can also talk about non-GNOME stuff. So if you'd like, for example, I hoped that there would be some Italian person, I don't know, like explaining how to do like a spritz or a nugo because they are so good, or something non-alcoholic, or the open source version of limoncello, as Rob was suggesting. So yeah, go ahead and propose your talks for tomorrow. And thank you so much for staying so long. It has been a very nice day, amazing talks. We are going to meet again tomorrow morning for the third day of GUADEC. Yay! Have a nice evening. Bye.
I've been told we have a cocktail maker tomorrow at the catering.
That is a good lightning talk. I'll definitely attend that.